outside of what it really is. And this is something that has to be taught because it's here. It's coming right around the corner. All right? So yeah, with that, brother, I'll tell you what, read Revelations 1 and 3. If I'm correct, where it reads, blessed are they which keep the sayings of this book. Because that's what it's all about. You gotta read the scriptures, eat the whole roll, aka known as the little book, and teach it. So you eat it and then you teach it. All right? And you don't deviate from that, because when you do that, guess what? You put yourself in the world of hurt now. Go on, bro.
Yeah, Elder, that's why they bring out that scripture, obey government, because they're gonna say, well, the government said take the chip, so take the chip.
Exactly. You know what they're gonna do too? I'll tell you what, brother. Read Romans 13. This is exactly what they're gonna do. All of these 501c3 chartered signed up churches, they're gonna read their congregation this scripture and to justify their congregation to taking that implantable device. So if Nate don't get from the clutches of the government, man, then he's gonna be destroyed for doing what he's probably about to do. All right, go on,
from the top. Romans 13. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but God. The powers that be are ordained of God.
So that's the scripture that they're gonna read. All of these pastors, these major televangelists, they're going to read the scripture to persuade their congregation to actually take the mark, because that's what he says. When in fact, that's not what it's saying. What it's saying is you had certain guys within Israel at the time that were zealots, that were against the system at the time. So what Paul was saying is, look, obey the powers that the Lord ordained. Just like how it is right now, the Lord ordained the so-called white man to rule. So we have to go by their laws and their laws and all of that stuff. And if we don't, then guess what? We're gonna find ourselves in the pokey. All right.
Go on now. They have the 501c3 in the church, also in a lot of these other camps, not GMS, but other camps like ICTK, Purple People. They're all under that charter, the 501c3 charter. So they're gonna say, well, we're under we're gonna apply this scripture to that, because they get tax exempts and all kinds of. I remember even in the Christian church back in the day when they actually brought that out to me. It was new to me then, though, around 2012, and they said, so we can do this. We're gonna get tax exempt, and they are therefore rebuilding quick build. So they're all for the government. They're backed by the government.
Yes.
So there's certain things they can't deny or exclude.
And that's I don't cut you too, brother. That's why the boys in black, looking like the Black Panther Party, that's why they convinced their followers to go get the Pope.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just it's just a shame, right? Like if you're afraid of it, that means you're weak. You weak nigga. Something like that. He said, man. One of the guys which is in the higher ranking within that church. He said, yeah. So that's why them dudes, they'll convince you to go do what the government said to do in the media, because they're backed by them. They've been compromised by them. All right? So this is what's going to be the deal. If they don't repent, this is what they're going to find themselves doing. Go on,
if I may say, Esau is very cunning, and he knows very well the power of peer pressure. And he's applied that to Jake in the world, because through the gang culture, a lot of that goes into peer pressure.
Yeah.
Now, what they're trying to do is using peer pressure in the church. Like what you're saying about these guys, if you don't take this thing, you're weak, and blah, blah, blah. Esau knows the power of that. That's why he set up certain people to push that agenda, because he knows a lot of people are going to look at what the next man's doing and be like, well, if he's doing it, why don't I do it too?
Exactly.
Esau knows this psychology, man.
Yeah. And that's a beautiful point, because when you have a majority of people that are persuaded to doing something, you yourself are going to want to follow along, because you don't want to be ostracized from the outside looking in.
The whole C-190 was all about that, man.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It was nothing more than an experiment as well. So, that's just the bottom line, man, at the matter. At the end of the day, what you just mentioned about the COVID period, again, really the Lord set that up for a test. To test to see where we stand in this thing, man. Do we really believe? And a lot of guys that claim to believe lined up and took the Pope.
That's why the elder Salakia, that guy from the other group, I'm not gonna say the name,
Yeah.
but he said when he took it, he felt like his faith was gone.
God. Because and you know what too, by him having to undergo that procedure anyway, he didn't believe. So the Lord, okay, and that's why they have these things. These what is it? I call it the VACCINE, right? S's. You can't say the actual word, right? But when you take these things, because there was there was an old video that was published on YouTube. I think it was recorded in 2005, and they spoke about what this thing can actually do to you. And what it can actually do to you is pretty much compromise your pounding gland, the VMAT2 gene they call it, which is responsible for you connecting with your power. So once that's been compromised, of course you ain't gonna believe anything. All right, and that's why the scripture says, "Trust not thine enemy." And when you do take his shits, what you're basically doing is you're complying and making a covenant with him. And that ship is going to be the ultimate of that, right there, really. If you brothers got any precepts.
I got the main one, if I may.
Come.
Revelation chapter 13. I'll start from 15. And it says, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed.
Yeah, and the beast again represents this whole entire empire. And it's kind of like when, for example, we live in the Western dominative rulership, this world to be exact. And certain nations have to go and meet with the Western system, whatever they say. And if they don't, some of their prime ministers get captured. All right, or they'll drop a couple of drones down there just to send them a message. Okay, so that's what that goes into. But they're gonna apply that with the people. Any one of y'all that don't get down with this implantable device, we're gonna pretty much roll you into an detention center or put you on house arrest. And if you still rebel, and we may take you to a secret location and do all kind of shit to you. Highly likely, probably decapitate your head, cut off your head. All right, going, bro.
Verse 16, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond.
Right, and it says he calls of all. How is he going to cause all? Meaning he's going to use a psychological tactic on you. Okay, he's not going to force it on you. Now, when I say force it, let me correct myself. He will force the mark on you, but he's going to do it to you psychologically.
Yeah, that's right.
And just like you mentioned, people are persuaded based on peer pressure. All right? And also, what most people are persuaded by is the technique of using fear.
Yeah.
All right? It's like, for example, if there's a fire in your house and you're right next to the fire, guess what? You may break down the window and fall out fall out of your house or your apartment. It could be a high apartment. You could live on the top floor, but if that fire is drawing closer and closer to you, you're gonna want to drop off. That's what happened with right, that too. But I'm also talking about the World Trade Center. A lot of niggas, some niggas that was in that building went ahead and did themselves in because they didn't want to get burned. Okay, so it's all about fear. Fear's one of the greatest motivators. Yeah. The driving force to actually get you to do what it is exactly knows about, right?
Yeah.
So that's what Esau's going to use. He's going to use fear, because that's the greatest motivator for you to actually correspond with what they're saying to you. Okay?
God.
That's what they're going to do. Because of all, go on.
He causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor.
Small and great. The word small is in that scripture is referring to people that are not known in the society. Great, lower state. Like we're small, we would be considered small. Those are the great are your celebrities. Those that made a name for themselves. All right, go on.
Rich and poor, free and bond.
Free and bond. Those that are not. Those that are not with contracts and those that are under contracts or in prison. Go on.
To receive a mark in the right hand or in the forehead.
Now, when you look up that word mark, the word mark is karak. Now, when you go into, I believe, the first word is paratz. Now, if you look up the word parakma, what is it referring to, the biblical usage? Something to insert.
Yep.
Go on,
Here
bro.
it's G4580 Karagma, and it says a stamp, an imprinted mark,
Right.
branded upon horses, a thing carved, sculptured, or graven work.
Yeah, so how are they gonna carve the mark into? What better way to carve something in? To get that needle that looks like what a pearl stick inserted inside under your skin, right? Inserted into your skin, poke you with the thing, right? And release that implantable device inside of you. That's how they're gonna do it.
A scratch or etching as a badge of servitude.
Right, as a badge of servitude. Because what do they really want to do? They want to own and control you. So by you actually taking that mark, you're pledging your allegiance to the system. Therefore, you're marking yourself with death. Because when the Messiah makes a second return, and you know too, you look at the chip, right? It actually looks like a missile.
It's like a what?
It looks like a missile.
A mini missile.
Yeah, mini missile.
Yeah.
So you take that mini missile, you're gonna get missed out, my nigga. That's what's gonna happen to you. So that's what it's all about. It ain't talking about, oh, it's a Karagma, oh, it's Christianity, oh, it's sleeping with wife. All of this nonsense that come out of these people's mouths with the interpretation they give to it. Come on, dogs. Go on, bro.
I've got this one here. Sirach 10 and, well, I'll start from 1. A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered.
Yeah.
As the judge of the people is himself,
Yeah.
so are his officers.
Exactly. So you will become like one unto the beast, right? Once you take that implantable device, and it's going to be those dark suit, time-wearing individuals that's going to persuade you to go take that back. Okay?
Christian pastors,
That's it. That's what's going to go down.
Little bit more.
Go on.
And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
Right. And such are those that dwell therein. So
Yep.
whoever the king is, you're going to be in league with that king.
Yep.
But see, with us, we was like that, but we disassociated from ourselves from that. As it was also written in the book of Psalms, blessed are the men that have not, dwelt within the congregation of sinners. So record
Yeah.
power version.
Psalms 1.
Psalms 1. The water, right? So that's where we come. We've been torn apart from this world to serve another one's interest, which is the greatest interest, which is Yahweh Shai's interest, right? Which he's going to connect us with the Most High. Go on, bro.
Psalms 1 and 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly,
Yes.
nor standeth in the way of sinners,
Nor standeth in the ways of sinners.
nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
Nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord Jehovah, and in his law doth he meditate day and night.
And that's what we are. You know, we're in that part where we're serving the Heavenly Father. We're delighting in His laws and His statutes. That's why we rehearse the righteous acts. So our life is based on serving our power, not serving the system. Now, do we serve the system to get by and by? Yes, of course.
using the word as not using it.
Exactly. But we're not really of this world. We don't take on the fashions of this system because we know that this world has nothing to do with the Heavenly Father and His only begotten Son. All right? Go on, bro.
Micah 2 and 10. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest. Because it is polluted, it shall destroy you, even with the sore destruction.
Right. That's why a lot of people are going to have to opt.
Yeah.
Because what? They've been polluted by a very few witches and warlocks that will tell you that, oh, yeah, you can be whatever you want to be. Right? You feel like a frog, you can turn yourself into a frog. If you a man and you feel like you in the wrong body, you can change your gender. All of this nonsense. So all of this stuff right here is what defiles a person. It's living accordingly to what they're saying versus living according to the truth. How the Lord made you yourself. And that's what this world will do. All right? And then the ultimate end of you being destroyed is you taking that mark. That's going to be the ultimate. That's going to be like what? The KO blow. All right? That's the knockout blow. Let me put it to you that way. Go on, bro. got some
Go
more?
on. I've got one if you
No,
have
no, go on, because I've still got the article if you want.
Come. That's all right. You going?
It's a quick one then. Revelation 3 and 10 says, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the
You
hour
just read that. That's the spirit. You just read that. But read it again, though.
of temptation which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwelleth upon the earth. If I could just say something.
Go on.
Because we had that the pandemic, the dragon juice, all these other terms we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That was a temptation there that they put before us. There was a fear factor to it. What they tried to do. Oh, if you don't, you're going to shut down the shops and all you ain't going to be able to go to certain places. Some people gave in to the temptation, man. The people that are not in the know gave in to the temptation because they want to go to the Super Bowl or the cafe, the restaurants. So, and it came upon the whole world. It did come upon the whole world. And you know, I was watching as well quickly. I was watching. Now there's an advert that flashed on the YouTube. You know, the stupid advert. And they had one guy from Africa. I think it was Kenya. And he was walking, and they said, "Can you donate money for this guy?" He's not, and to me, he looked like he had Bell palsy, and he was all shaking. And I said, "The fucking guy got the jab. You gave him the fucking jab. He got the jab, man."
He got the JE.
over there, because they went over to Africa too. I'm talking about that. He says in the whole world, yeah. They went over to Africa, places where it's very destitute and people are poor, where they don't really know what's going on, and because they always been doing that, the missionaries, yeah. And they gave the fucker the jab, and the whole family, they said, the whole family is sick. And I'm thinking, you motherfucker, you gave him the jab, now you're getting money from the fact that you did, now you're getting, what is it they give, they say donate that money there, charity, to help them. What a fucking, you said they're very servant. I got a little bit, at the same time, he got the jab because he's stupid anyway, they're cross-eyed rule. But these people are dangerous, man.
They sure are. They know how to convince you, man. So if they know how to do all that, then how they gonna really flip the script over when it comes to you taking that off? They're gonna flip. What I meant to say, they're gonna flip your mind around, man. Esau knows how to flip your mind around. He don't gotta come to your door and infiltrate your house, hold you down, and put the thing inside. All he gotta do is use the psychological tactics you know how to use. All right, and you know what? Too, a lot of people are not even consciously aware of psychology.
Yeah.
So they're the ones that's gonna take that mark. They're gonna be the main ones. But see, we on the other hand, we're like the serpent. What do I mean by that? Meaning we're wise, just like how he's wise. We understand how things operate. The scripture says that you can't deceive the elect. It's not possible to deceive us. As it is also written that the Lord has given us an unction that we know all things, from the least to the greatest. Be not ignorant of anything. That's in the Apocrypha. So we know everything, man. Okay? Go on.
Yeah, just to back up the elder's point, this is the etymology of the word causeth from Revelation 13 and 16.
Okay.
G4160, and it says to make a thing out of something, to appoint, to ordain, to put forth, to suggest, to bear or shoot forth. So just to back up the elder, he's not gonna come and pin you down. He's gonna make society work in a certain way where it suggests a certain lifestyle where you can't escape from it. To bear, to shoot forth, to acquire, to ordain. So he's gonna basically back you up into checkmate where you ain't got another choice.
Right. And just like you mentioned the word ordain. So if the system is going digital, then it's gonna be what? Ordained for you to take an implantable device. You're not gonna have a choice. It's just like right now, people have the choice to want to take an implantable device. You got several companies out there, but there's one that I remember right now called Biotech, right? And people are going over to these companies to receiving the implant by choice. But when they actually transform the system to a digital setting, it's going to be ordained for you to take that mark. And that's when that temptation is going to come. That's what the COVID was all about. That was an experiment testing for that. All right? Go on, bro.
Proverbs 22:3 says, a prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished.
Yeah. So how do we know How do we know that that was an experiment? Because we did our research and we found that that was the case. Yeah. And plus we already had our mind already made up with what we're going to do. So it wasn't like when Esau did what he did, oh, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
My mindset was, okay, if there's a particular variant floating around, if I gotta die, then I gotta die. And that was the will of the Lord. Okay, that was my mindset, and I ain't gonna go take Esau's BS. So it's the same thing when all hell breaks loose, when they administer that law. Yeah. If I have to starve to death, then that's the Lord's will. If I have to be taken to an institution, a camp, then I have to suffer.
That's right.
Okay, because at the end of the day, what it's all about between me and my power is me doing what I have to do to serve the interest of my power. All right, that's the key duty of man. Remember that the key duty of man is to serve the Lord.
Yep.
Okay, and to keep His commandments, not the commandments of man, which cometh and goeth, or you trying to uphold to a system that cometh and goeth, but to a power which is eternal.
Exactly.
All right, and when you pass away, you're gonna go back to that same power. You're gonna be feeling fucking stupid, man. Because you wanted to correspond with a man that perished.
Precept.
So fuck these, like the brother said, man. Fuck these souls, man.
Right.
Go on, bro.
Revelation 12 and 11, and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb
Right,
and by the word of their testimony,
right.
and they loved not their lives unto the death.
And they love not their lives even unto death. They follow the Lamb. That's the key point. They follow the Lamb whithersoever he goes. Am I correct?
Yep.
So it's already written that we would have overcame with that mentality of following the Lamb whithersoever he goes. How do we follow the Lamb? By the book. Okay? Ezekiel tells us to eat the whole roll, as what was first commanded unto him. So when you eat the whole roll, you go and teach the roll, and you put the roll into activation. And then it becomes real to you. Then you start to realize, wait a minute, this one ain't got nothing for me out here. You start to realize Yahushua got way more for us than what the world can offer.
That's right.
So now you come to have this thought in your mind that you're trapped in this faith. Like Paul said, I've become a prisoner of hope. So that's what we all represent. We're all prisoners of hope. That's exactly what we are. We don't have a choice to make. And I'm talking about the sincere monkeys. Oh, I don't really feel this truth anymore. I'm gonna just go back into the world.
Oh,
nigga, there ain't nothing in the world.
Yeah.
All right, if the Most High gave you this knowledge to a certain level of degree, as you progress, especially when you've been in this thing for a while, you start to realize you ain't going back to shit. All right.
Can I just say as
Go
well,
on, bro.
I mentioned it to you with Yum Yum in the week. No, not even two. A couple of people just left from Chicago camp and other camps, quite prominent. I mean, they've been around for a little while because of the grape thing. The grape, the grape.
I know what you're talking about.
So you said, what we're going back into, but he was saying the elder Apostle Tahar was saying, so it was in them, I think the two of them were from Chicago and others. It must have been in them they was carrying it in them for a while. He said a month after the Passover, he was.
They just left.
He said, someone came up to the camp talking about the grape, what's his name, Brother Palai. And brothers was handling it, and the ones that was alongside said, why did they handle it like that? You shouldn't have handled it like that, if I'm saying it correctly, you know. And they said they didn't like the way it was handled, so they're not happy with it. But that is how the way the Most High wheeled them out. It was in them. And another one more, he said something else. He said there was two that wanted to come to the Passover, around the Passover. They wanted to come, right? And they looked a bit, the elder Tahar, he said they looked a bit shaky. So what happened about a month before, or a week before, something happened and they left. So the Most High said they left or 2 weeks before, roundabout roughly, yeah. But basically they didn't get to go to the Passover. So the Most High didn't want them to go to the Passover. Because then they would have eaten unworthily, and then the Most High protected them from eating unworthily. But you know what the point is, what I'm making that it's a serious thing now. He said even every year he said he gets nervous.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, all the Apostle Tahar. So that shows you that we're now. Last year, the year before that, I was like, oh, yeah. now it's kind of sinking in a little bit more like hold keep the reins, keep on the reins, keep strong, stay on the when you're doing on the horse, keep in the holster, keep tight and don't just be like loosey, blase, otherwise you get thrown off the fucking horse.
Yeah, and that's what, and you know what too, a lot of guys, I mean, I've been in the truth long enough, as according to the apostles and Pharisee thing, but I've been in this truth long enough to have seen guys leave before the Pesach or after the Pesach, because really they weren't right, they didn't have the right mentality, you know, and just like the elder mentioned on how he gets scared, basically, man, like he's really supposed to kind of get scared. You're supposed to have the mindset, you know, I'm just speaking for myself now, like, Lord willing, I can make it through.
Yeah.
Because some guys don't even make it through the Pesach. Or they'll make it to the Pesach, but then afterwards they get kicked out. So the mindset is, well, Lord willing, man, I can be justified through the Pesach. But then also, even though that's the case, you mean when the Pesach goes away, we're still kind of like an equivalent in the Passover, because we still don't even know we're going to make it, right? We don't know if we're of the elect. You got something to say?
Yeah, come on. Quickly, Elder. You know when the disciples said, is it I, to the Lord? It's like every year we ask the question, but then there's a select few niggas that, it is you, nigga.
Yeah.
It is you.
Yeah.
You know? You're going to fall out, as the Elder said, just before or just after, man.
Yeah.
So that's a very, like, as Ariel said, when you're not too experienced, you kind of like look forward to it, but the more you grow in the truth, it's like you get scared around that time. Because every year, a group of niggas, it is them. You know?
And you know it too, and just like Ariel mentioned about those guys that left the Pesach, that actually not the Pesach, but left probably during the Pesach or after the
A
Pesach.
month after, the ones that left.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing this trend like for quite a bit of time, me being in this truth. So yeah, it's kind of scary, man. You know, but it's a good kind of being scary, because it really refuels that fear of the Lord inside of you. Because you don't want to get comfortable. You don't want to feel like the young brother said, feel like you already got it.
Like Christians.
Yeah,
They're sitting in there like, oh, we've
I'm
been saved.
Saved
Yeah.
for what?
Yeah, we had, Ariel knows them, we had the, and the elders, well, we had the Dorito eating niggas
Oh yeah.
in the Pesach. If my memory serves me correct, it was a month after they were eating chips in the Pesach. They started coming out with mad doctrines, and they basically fell out.
And then they started going out whenever they want.
Whenever they want to go out, like once a year, twice a year, you know, the annual showdown, you know, not really being diligent.
And I mean, like them dudes, like they weren't really in the spirit anyway.
Fuck
Man. They
them
were doing
dudes.
their own thing, really.
Fuck them.
You know. But yeah, you know, let's go back to this though.
Revelation.
Yeah, 1 and 3. Look at that.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3 says, Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
Right, and that's the point. Especially more than now than ever before. The time is at hand. What time is at hand? The coming of the Messiah. How do we know this to be exact? Because the words of the Lord are speaking before us right now, as what he said. He said, be aware of these things to the disciples. All right? The disciples inquired, when is it going to be the signs and the wonders of your coming? And he elaborated on these things. Now, some of these things happened 2,000 years ago, and half of those things haven't happened yet, which will happen in this generation. As it is also written also that this generation will not pass away until all things will be fulfilled. So we're almost at the end of this place of everything being fulfilled. Okay? And also another important thing we have to keep in mind as well, the reason why the Lord hasn't destroyed this place yet, because the elect haven't fully been sealed. If you can, brother, yeah, give me Revelation 7, and then also give me the word in Peter's, where it reads that all shall come to repentance. I tell you what, read Peter's first, and then get Revelation 7.
This is 2 Peter 3, verse 8. It says, but beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day with the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as one day. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise,
God.
as some men should count slackness,
God.
but is long suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance.
Right, that all should come to repentance. So the Lord, the reason why the Lord has moved hasn't come back yet or hasn't destroyed this place yet is so that we can get right and as well as the elect can be sealed. So get that in Revelation 7. Is remember the power that we serve is a power of order. So everything has to be done decently and in order, as he's doing already. So we may want him to come back now whenever he wants to, but the Lord is doing his thing in a way that is ordered.
Revelation chapter 7 from verse 1, reading down to verse 3. Verse 1 says, and after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth.
The destroying winds. And those destroying winds are going to come out of that instrument of death. The wasters to destroy, the nuclear missiles. That's what the 4 angels are holding. And so what? The elect are going,
That the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea,
God.
saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads.
So until the elect are being sealed with this knowledge and this understanding, and as well as the name of the Lord on their foreheads, right? Unless that happens, then the angels have to wait. They have to pull it back. The destroying winds. So that's why there ain't nothing really happening yet. But what's going to happen eventually is the time is going to come, which you're going to go back to the article, when that MOTB is going to fall into fruition. And as I say about the elect being sealed or not being sealed yet, the elect are about to be sealed. All right, because it's looking real promising, man. That we could be at the end of this thing. It could be this year, or it could be next year. But it's looking hella promising. Yeah, read that, bro, and then we're gonna get back to this.
Right, this is back in the article in the second paragraph, and it says a US central bank digital currency, CBDC, that protects privacy and is free of surveillance tools could set a global standard and reach mass adoption,
Right.
said former Commodity Futures Trading Commission CFTC Chairman Christopher J. Giancarlo. The US digital dollar will take over the world. Giancarlo, the co-founder of the Digital Dollar Project and senior counselor at Wikifar and Gallagher Digital Works Unit.
So why would he make that statement? Because he's an insider.
Yep.
So if he's an insider and he's telling all of that right there, then he knows the future of what's going to happen in the world. So it's official that the digital world, as well as, which is really what it is, the marketed beast system, is going to be into fruition. And there's no ifs or buts about it. It's official. They want to own men. And I don't mean to get up to a different topic, but I just want to briefly do that in saying that the reason why these JOOs are doing this, man, because a lot of people are not corresponding with their witchcraft anymore. A lot of people are waking up to their lies and their deception, and people are just doing whatever the hell they want to do. And you know what, too? To be honest with you, is, well, these so-called Jews, they see us, as we all kind of know anyway, they see us as an asset. This whole world is nothing more than a business to them. That's why they call nations corporations, countries corporations. So let's just say, for example, you own a corporation, a major corporation at that, and people within that corporation are not corresponding. Guess what? You're going to lose your business. So to prohibit from losing their business or losing their power here on the earth, they got to make sure that everybody's tapped up so that they can watch what everybody's doing and possibly control everybody so that everybody can stay in line, because they have a whole lot to lose.
Yeah.
As the saying goes, right? With great power comes great responsibility. So the so-called JOOs are heavily responsible of their power, of their business. This world is nothing more than a business to these people, man. All right? And this is why, if you notice too, when it comes to our people, the tribes, especially the head tribe, the so-called Negro, The reason why the so-called Negro has been oppressed for the longest time, whether he's been oppressed in terms of his voice, in terms of his image, and all of these different things, is really because they know the power of the so-called Negro, of the kingdom of Judah to be exact. They know the power that we admit. So let's just say we're free to say what we want to say and do what we want to do and make the kind of music that we want to make. Guess what? Everybody's going to follow us. And then guess what? The so-called JOOs, they lose their power structure. In other words, they go out of business. Anything that Jake does, whether it's business or whether it's music, whatever Jake gets into, if Jake is allowed to be free in the system to do whatever they want to do, these JOOs are going to be out of fucking business. So they would be silly to let us loose to do what we want to do. All right, go on, bro.
Just a quick point. That's an interesting thing you raised that you said, because it made me realize something. See, Jake can get other people to follow him because we're charismatic. But just naturally, people respond to us, and we don't have to do any like extra over-the-top stuff for people to want to gravitate to us. Esau doesn't have that spirit. So Esau has to use fear in order to make people follow him, right? Because he doesn't have that charisma. So his whole thing is like, okay, we're going to make people afraid of this, and we'll put up these laws that they're afraid of that consequence. That's why they follow Esau. So that's his whole power is through the power of fear.
And that's the only thing he got. Because Jake, the way we naturally are, the way that we do things, the way that we dap each other up, them nations, they see that. And it's like, yo, these people are mad cool.
See, right? In our name, Jacob.
It's exactly. And they've even taken our name.
That's why they've taken the head tribe. Because even as amongst Israel, who has the most influence? Judah. Because they're the head. Everyone, whatever Judah's on, the other tribes are on that.
Yes.
And it goes down the line because they're the heads. So how is it that they're not saying, oh, we're the Israelites from the tribe of Zebulun or Asher? Why is it they're aspiring to be the house of Judah? Yahudi, as they say. Because they know that's the head tribe.
Yeah.
And the ultimate influence of what is in fashion, what's up to date, what's the latest, goes back to Judah.
It goes back to Judah. Trends. And that's why they use us to sell their product. Because if we're wearing their product, then guess what? Everyone's going to want to buy that thing. So they know the power that Jacob is. So if, like I said, if Jake gets let loose out here, doing whatever they want to do in Esau's economy, what's going to happen? We're going to fuck up their own. That's what's going to happen. So it's in Esau's best interest to keep tabs on Jake. That's why we've been oppressing the system. That's why they this is why they classified us as being blind, because colors have a vibration and a meaning to it. So when you're calling a group of people black, because black is not a color, it's nothing. What are you going to do? You're going to ignore it. So let's just say Jake comes up and speaks some knowledge, and someone hears it. They're just gonna ignore it because what? He's black. He doesn't exist. Okay. Shalom, brother. And plus, as well as I believe it was the CIA, which said something to the equivalent of how I might be saying this wrong, but they've said something to the equivalent of that among so-called Jake, Shalom, that they know that there's a equivalent to that of a black Messiah or something like that. Okay, something to that equivalent.
Yes, Brother Riyabi.
So. And really the word Messiah just means to be anointed. That's all it means. It just means to be anointed. Okay? Like we could be considered the Messiah, because we've been anointed to do what we're doing here. Yeah? So Esau knows this. Esau knows amongst the tribes, especially the kingdom of Judah, that there's going to be somewhat of a Messiah-like person that's going to intervene, step in, and bring in that knowledge. And that's why they've been putting niggas in jail and everything, man. Using all kind of tactics to put Jake in a confined situation.
There's a lot of, I'm saying like this, don't want to incriminate anybody, but there's a lot of spiritual names, men on the road that have names spiritual that go back to the Bible. They lock them up, they get their way to try and lock them up. So they might be, as you just said, they may be worried that they could be the future Messiah. That's how they really do think like that. I've got a quick one for you. Jeremiah 51 and 9 it says, the portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance.
Right.
The Lord of his host is his name.
Right. So we're not like the other nations. We're a special people. And when we do something as we do it with power, there's a substance, there's a level of power that we have. So when we do something, it brings an impact. Okay? Just based on our presence alone, like people want to be like that. They want to follow that. So even in our lower state, so that's why it's in their business to keep us down. Because if we're let loose and free, and we've made a successful system, Esau goes out of business. Because Esau can't reign supreme and Jacob's doing good. There's no way it's going to happen. So in order for them to stay on top, they got to keep us down, man. And they should do that. Go on, bro.
That's why even in your personal life, like people in the world, or it could be family members, or when you're out and about doing whatever you're doing, people want to touch you, man.
Yeah.
Because it's the same effect that woman with the issue of blood for 12 years had.
Yes.
If I can touch the hem of his garment,
Yeah.
people, they realize the vibration on you,
Yeah.
and it's like, I want to be like that. Let me touch him.
And sometimes people want to be around you. They stand right next to you.
Yeah. They come, at fucking bus stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They stand right next to you.
What the fuck is that about?
Facts. Facts.
Yeah, I pick up
Because they feel the spirit on you.
There's a frequency that you go over. So that's what it is.
You know what I'm talking about, brother. Yeah,
And the
Buster.
thing with these devils, don't get it twisted, man. These devils, they know about frequencies, they know about all of that stuff, man.
Yeah.
So they're trying to come in your frequency and get the same sort of thing. But no, you're the devil. You're of a low frequency. I'm of a higher frequency. All right, and you can't get my frequency because Esau wants everything.
Oh, that's beautiful. Can I say something, Elder, right? In the spirit. I remember this place I used to work, my last job, right? My manager, when I first met him, he always wanted to invite me to the gym. He always, every time he goes for a drink, he always wants, you know what? He wanted my spirit. You know what I mean? He wanted my spirit.
That's why he made it.
And that's why he hated me. And you know, at the end, that man ended up hating me.
Yeah.
Before I left the job, he hated me. He tried to get me fired. You know what I mean? But he always wanted to invite me to the gym. Why you don't come to the gym? You always try to be like me. He's a so-called white man, right?
And it goes deep.
Yeah.
If you go into it a little bit more,
Yeah.
which is not really because it's the organ trafficking.
Yes, they're organ trafficking.
Yeah.
And that's why, and with you saying that, also they get your melody, they get the melody.
That's what I'm saying. I just say Esau is covetous. He wants everything.
wants
He's
everything.
got this already, but he still wants more.
He still wants more.
Never satisfied. His
Yeah.
belly, what he said about his belly is never satisfied. You know what I mean?
Huh. And that's the absolute truth. But what he wants is what we have.
Yes.
But guess what? No matter how much he wants what we have, he will never get it. And that's why they're trying to do anything that they can do to obtain this idea of everlasting life.
Yeah.
Which is what we're gonna get. Naturally. Come on, brother. You know? So that's just the thing, man. This great reset thing, what it's really all about is staying in power, man. Staying in business. Because the world is their business. Come on, brother. All right? And all we are is nothing more than an asset to them. And they gotta keep their assets in check. That's what it's all about, man. That's why they want to put implantable devices inside of you to say that, look, you're my product. Just like how, let's just say you live in a rural area, you have flocks of sheep, flocks of goat or cows. What do? You brand those cattle. So if the cattle gets lost, it's got your snap, it's got the snap on it. So then the owner, so then another nation, excuse me, someone that lives in another place will find that cattle and relocate that cattle where it belongs because of the snap. Go on, bro.
Yeah, this is a good point because basically this comes down to Esau's fear. Like he fears Jacob because he fears us rising up. So his thing is like if we can chip everybody, then we'll know who's on his side.
Yes.
And those that who don't consent to the chip,
Yeah.
kill them.
Yeah.
That's why it says was it Revelation 20 or 21? I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness.
Pull it up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Revelation 6. If you're thinking about the same one, but I'm going to go to mine. And
No, I've got it. This is
Alright.
Revelation 20 and
I'll
4.
go to mine.
And I saw thrones and they that sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Yahweh Shai and for the word of God, which had not worshipped the beast, see, and neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their forehead or in their hands, and they lived in reign with Mashiach 1,000 years. So that's the whole point. This is the dividing line. We're coming up to that final point where either you're with this system, with the beast, or you're not. And if you're not, that's when Esau's going to come down. Revelation 12 and 12, man. He's not going to show no mercy, because in his mind he's going to be like, okay, now we know who you are, so we're going to fucking X you out of the game. You know, sweep you off the board. Don't pass go. You know, don't collect 200. Take you off the board. That's his plan.
I got one back. Basically saying the same thing, but the different. Revelation 6 and 9 says, and when I had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of Yahweh and for the testimony which they held. Yes. Because they're complaining at the moment because they got martyrs. They were martyred. You know, potentially those who were martyred back then are going to be martyred again. That was their lot. What you just read, the one that will be martyred again. So for the testimony, you know, which is the word, which is the truth, standing on truth. So who were martyred, or that was their lot to be martyred, they're going to be martyred around. You know, it's going to come back around again. They're going to be in their lot.
I tell you what, brother. Give me Romans 11, where it talks about that this 7,000 men which were preserved. There you go. Because
Romans 11, yeah?
Yeah, Romans 11. Go on, bro. Real quick. I think it's verse 7.
Verse 7 says, what then? Israel hath not obtained that which is seeketh for, but the election have obtained it, and the rest were blind. Romans 11 and 4. Romans chapter 11 and 4. But what saith the answer of Yahweh? Unto him I have reserved myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal.
So you're going to have a remnant, a complete number of men that are not going to bow the knee. They're not going to take the mark no matter what, because the elect, they're already the property of the Most High. They're not the property of the powers that be. And like I was saying earlier before, when we renounce that mark, we're going to declare that we don't want to be their slaves. So we don't want to be their slaves. So basically, according to them, we're no good to be here. It's no point, because the whole point of you getting an implantable device is so that they can own you and you can be indebted to them and to be a slave. That's the whole point of them giving you the implantable device. The implantable device is nothing more than a stamp to substantiate that you're a slave. That's the whole point of it. All right? Go on, bro. Because remember, this road is a business. The word they're asking. Go on, bro.
This is in Psalms 33 and 8. It says, behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear him,
Right.
and upon them that hope in his mercy,
Right.
to deliver their soul from death and to keep them alive in famine.
Right, and to keep them alive in famine. But the point of the matter is, because I mean, like, let's just keep it real. Some of us may have to die for this thing. But the point that you just read is the fact the Lord's eyes upon those that fear him. So we're already property of God. We're not property of the system. This is why we're doing something that most people can't do. We're motivated by fear to come out on the streets to clear the word. So we don't fear how people see us, we fear how the Lord sees us. That's why we out here. And technically we don't have to be out here. All we gotta do is go live. We're still gathering or people following us as we go live, but why would we come out here? Because it's under the commandment. In the book of Luke 14, even though that was told to his disciples, but we take that seriously. because we are his disciples in the reincarnation of the. So when Yahweh Shai said, go ye out to the highways and the hedges, hey, that's what we gotta do. And it's to also, what is it, respect the commandment and to show that our faith is for real about this thing. That's how we're gonna be justified by our faith.
We're talking about the mark, and we're using the analogy of cattle, about branding the cattle, so if the cattle were to go straight, if someone found it, they could see the mark and know who the owner was. If we be of the hopeful elect, we're already marked too. We've got the mark of the one. So nobody can steal the Lord's possession if it belongs to the Lord. There's a precept to back that up. John 10, verse 27. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me, and I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand.
Because we're his property. Exactly. That's just like we mentioned about the firewall mark in Ezekiel. The firewall mark in his one is the, what is it, the name written in their forms? That's the what is the substantiate point that we are property of the Yahweh. That's why he put his name in our foreheads. So if we, let's just say, for example, you order something and it's got your name, it's got your details in it. Guess what? That item is going to be sent to your address. So we're property of the Most High. So this is why we don't really feel nothing about the system. We don't have no kind of feelings of Esau. Whatever he throws out there, we're not going to go with that because we're under the influence of his vibration, which is the Holy Spirit, and we have his name on our forehead. So we're already preordained to what? Go follow after the Lamb, and then therefore, Lord willing, to be saved. That's our destiny if we remain to the very end of this thing.
One more verse, Brother Bashar. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all.
And that's another thing too. Salakia, brother. I have to stop with it because the Father gave us to him. That's the thing. The Father chose us and gave us to him. That's why in John 15 and 16, the Lord said, you have not chosen me, but I have chosen you to what is it? To bring forth that's good for repentance. So that's just the whole thing right there. So read that again, bro.
Come on. This is John 10, verse 29. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all.
Right, it's greater than all. As it is written, my ways are not my ways are higher than your ways. So the Lord is higher than everybody. Of course, obviously, because he created every goddamn thing. Man. So at the end of the day, we're going to be kept in the Lord's hand, regardless of what. No man on earth is going to be able to cut us off from the Lord. Now, let's just say you happen to be a member among the elect. You get cut off. You was none of this in the first place.
Exactly.
Because everything was preordained. But if you're in the truth now, you go accordingly to all the way to the very end, then it's confirmed that you're a part of the elect. All right. So let's read that again. Read that again. I want to make it different.
John 10, 29 again. My Father which gave them me is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand.
No man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand.
And can I say something else? And you know what? Whatever the Lord gives is a gift.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get this. Baba Kasha to add this. Ephesians 2 verse 8. For by grace are ye saved through faith, and not of yourself. It is a gift from the Lord.
And that's another point I want to elaborate on as well. It's the fact that this thing that we're a part of is a gift. The faith that we have is a gift. The Holy Spirit is also a gift.
Because remember, to cut it there, you remember what they came a very while ago? It's what the Lord gave to his son.
Right.
It's a gift to them. It's to his son too, isn't it? It's a gift to you, know what I mean? Right? Go away. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the brother Caleb read a while ago. So
So that means that's just the bottom line. So if Yahweh gave us Yahweh Shai, Yahweh Shai would have to take very good care of us because we've been given unto him. So we become his property. Okay?
That's possession.
What's that, bro?
His possession.
Yeah, we're
you know
his
what
possession.
I mean? You know, the same way we are Yahweh Shai's possession, the same way the woman is our Salaki, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're
the
talking
same
about.
way how the woman
It's the possession of the man.
is the possession of the man. It's the same thing. We look up to our Yahweh Shai, which is our father.
Oh no,
Husband, that's it. His possession, isn't it?
Possession.
That's what it was.
Because remember, as it is also written in the New Testament, that we're supposed to be that delicate comely woman unto the Lord. So we're the wife of God. All right. So that's just the thing right there. So once you become a wife unto a husband, you're joint unto your husband. We're joined unto him. So we're joined unto the Lord himself. So we're his property, as I'm going to say again. That's why he gave the thing to us. Somebody give Revelations 14. So that's the reality, man. That's why we ain't going to take no damn heart from us. That's why we can take the whole people going, bro.
Revelation 14, starting at verse 1 says, "And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads."
Having his father's names written in their foreheads. And that's symbolic, meaning we have the knowledge and understanding which came previously. Okay? As it is also written that the name of the Lord is as a strong tower. Now I kind of went somewhere off of that. I went way off of that. I didn't have to quote that scripture. Right? But what I'm saying is that once again, we are the property of the Most High. Right? That's the thing.
It's good lady put that scripture there. You know?
Strong tower, yeah.
You know, see? Right, exactly. So, that's just how that go down. That's just the deal. So we're covered. If we hold dearly to the words of this prophecy, the Lord will hold unto us. Which we're going to do that anyway because we're under the place of influence, which is the Holy Spirit, which is within the word.
Matthew 5 verse 16. Let your light so shine before men
Right.
that you may see, that they may see your good works
Right.
and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
That's the reason why we come out here, not for ourselves, not to glorify ourselves with the knowledge that we know, but to glorify our Father which is in heaven. Because remember, we are subjects unto the Father. We are his subjects. We are the Most High subjects, to put it to you correctly. So that's why we got to come out here and do what we're doing. We don't give a shit about the people. The people out here serving man's interests. They're not serving the power. We're serving the power. So we're going to look awkward before, and as well as it is also written, that the foolishness of God is wiser than men. So who cares about what men feels and think about what they seen in us? We don't give a damn. Right, because are they going to save us? No. They can't even say, they won't be able to save themselves when the shit collapses. Go on, my brother.
Oh, I finished it.
Yeah, so that's just the bottom line. That's just how it goes. It's all about the law, like the brothers mentioned, man. It ain't about how you feel and what you going to do. It's about you doing this work, man. Because at the end of the day, you are a slave. You are in debt to the Most High. That's the whole point. So fuck what you going to do. Fuck all of that, man. You got a job to do. You got to uphold this stuff. Because when you came in this thing, guess what, man? You already made a covenant that you're going to fulfill his doings unto the very end. How about that? All right? Because Esau over here, he's trying to get you trapped up so that he could be your master and you could be his slave again. Fuck all of that. So if your mind is fully persuaded, as somebody put that on Romans 8 and 35. If your mind is fully persuaded in this knowledge and this understanding, right? Then whatever Esau throws at you, it ain't gonna matter.
All right.
What's gonna matter is the fear of the Lord.
That's beautiful.
Go
As
on,
Caleb said, let me finish it some more, yeah?
No, go on.
Think not that I have come to destroy the law or the prophets. I have not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
Right.
For,
Go on, son.
for verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled.
All be fulfilled, because with Yahweh Shah obedient to his father. So we're under Yahweh Shah. Don't we have to be obedient?
Right.
Of course. So we don't have no choice. So as Paul put it, that he became what, a prisoner of hope, right? Because he had no choice. He was a servant unto God. So when you got these guys out here telling you about the false breakdowns of what the mark is, they're not showing that they're servants of the Lord. They just talking, they just giving lip service. They just talking because, it's just it's just words that they feel as though they have to say to make themselves appear before men. But let's just be real about it, man, right? We are absolute servants of God. So when I say this, or when we do say this, we mean this. Okay, I'm not saying this because I'm trying to sound, charismatic. I'm saying it because this is a reality, man. Somebody get Romans, what is it, 8?
35. Got it. Romans 8 verse 35 says, who shall separate us from the love of a Mashiach?
Right.
Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine
Right.
or nakedness or peril or sword?
Uh-huh.
For as it is written, for thy sake are we killed all the day
Right.
long.
For thy sake I'll be killed all the day long. Because check this out. Persecution, affliction of all sorts, coming by the Lord and the Lord.
Oh, beautiful.
So it may look like, oh yeah, Esau did this to me. Oh, this nigga did that to me. No, it was of the Lord. So if the Lord brought these things upon you, then guess what? He can bring these things from you. But you gotta serve his interest, no matter what the situation is.
Why we have to fear the Lord again? Because he says, what he put upon you, we have to take it cheerfully.
Exactly. There you go, my boy.
But just back something you said.
I'll tell you what, I'll hold on to that. Let me finish this, because I think he was
I'll
finishing.
finish it, I'll
Oh, you
finish,
finished?
yeah.
Okay, let's read on, my brother.
Psalms 33
'Cause I
and
want to be fair, man.
21. For our hearts shall rejoice in him because we have trusted in his holy name.
Right.
Let thy mercies of the Lord be upon us, according to us, we hope in thee.
Right. We hope in thee. So if we continue to hope in the Lord, what then cometh after? Rejoicing.
Nice.
So we have to what? Trust in his words and his name and do the work, and then we receive the prize. But you ain't gonna receive the prize just half stepping in. Oh, I trusted the Lord for what? 20 years of my life, and then I left. No. You gotta trust in the Lord all the way to the very end. Okay? The scripture says no man ever put his hand to the plow looking back is fit for the kingdom. Like one guy came up to one of the brothers in the camp saying that, oh yeah, I need to hustle hard, this and that and the third. It doesn't matter who you know. Are you doing the work? Because if you're not doing the work, then you can know whoever you want to know. That don't mean you're gonna make it, man. You're gonna make it by doing the work, as it is written in the Apocrypha, that they might be justified by their works.
The elder, the 70 knew Yahweh Shai, but they fell away.
They fell away. Exactly.
But they can't. Well, I used to be with him.
Mhm.
Don't work like that. Then as
It doesn't validate your salvation.
as the elders getting into the Lord, as the elder apostle said, the Lord is based upon the mantra of what have you done for me lately.
Lately. Yes. There you go. So that's just how it goes, man. You gotta be doing the work. Like you could have did, like, let's just say the example. I did about 20 videos in a span of 1 week, right? And then 4 months later, I did no videos. That shit don't count. I did all that work in 1 week, right? But I didn't do anything else in 4 months. That's a fallout, man. That's highly likely a fallout. Now, can the Lord bring a man back as the prodigal son? Possible. But for the most part, you gotta be consistent. Just like your heart. For example, let's say your heartbeat said, look, man, I beat him 1,700,000 times throughout your life, or more than that. Just putting out a number. And then the heart said, I'm not gonna pump no more. Guess what? Your ass will be fucking dead, man.
You dead nigga.
Yeah, you can get dead, nigga, man. You know?
The heart says I'm taking a break.
Yeah, the heart said I'm taking a break. Nigga, you be in the spiritual realm. So there ain't no fucking breaks, man. Go on, brother.
Matthew 24:13. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved.
Right, the same shall be saved. And this all goes back to the original point that we are in debt to the Lord. So we can't take no break. Oh, I'm gonna just take a 5-month hiatus. Right? I'm gonna do what I can do right now and then take a break. No. You gotta do what you gotta do what you gotta do at a consistent basis. This ain't no break thing, man. Oh, I'm gonna just fall back for like a week. Nah, fuck that. Be out here and teach the word, man. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes, brothers, we going through certain things, you know. But I'm just saying, like, you gotta have the mentality that what have I really done for the Lord? You know, go on, brother. As a recent, go on.
Yeah, we know Ezekiel how he lived his life now. And this backs it up. Ezekiel chapter 3 and 20 says, again, when a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, I lay a stumbling block before him. He shall die, because thou hast not given him warning. He shall die in his sins, and his righteousness which he hath done shall not be remembered. But his blood will I require at thine hand.
Yeah, so if you've been, basically what that means is if you've done every single thing that you was doing before or after your righteousness, then that can't be remembered, man.
Yeah, because
So ultimately, when you it's really what that's really going to when you break it down, when you fall back into the world,
Yeah.
you start to go beyond those. You start to go into those iniquities again.
them two guys that just left about a month after the Passover, them two guys, I mean, he didn't say how long they was in for, but it sounded like they were been around for a while. All what they done, man, you know, he knew because he was among them and they're from Chicago, but there's other local within these bits that were, you know, busy camp, busy workers, well, busy bee camp. And all what they did, man, maybe they done, who knows what they done, man, but it ain't gonna be remembered, man, you know?
Yeah, it's not going to be remembered at all because at the end of the day, you got to. It's all about enduring to the end. All right, when you came to this thing at first, you might have thought, oh man, I'm going to be a priest, I'm going to be a king, and the kingdom of heaven, I'm going to have slaves. So you had some kind of sense of joy when you first heard the word, but you didn't realize what you was getting yourself involved in. Then you would have to uphold this knowledge and this understanding. If you can, brother, give me Revelation 1 and 3 once again, as it is written. Blessed are they which keep the sayings of this book of this prophecy. Not keep it for 5 or 10, 20 years and then you let it go. No.
Well, hold on, to back you up, that's the not prophecy, the parable of the sower of seeds.
Yes.
Just because the farmer threw the seeds don't mean it's gonna bud. Some was fell on the wayside, some was fell on the stony ground, some was fell amongst the thorns
This is kind
and the thistles. So it doesn't matter, man. For what? It doesn't matter. You can, you know. But then you had those that were fell upon the good ground.
right.
You know,
It had a strong foundation.
strong foundation.
And that just shows you that some people, these so-called Christians, want to climb up a different way. They think they can go to church and give all this. They're rich people, you know. They think they can give all this money and think they can climb up some other way to the kingdom.
They think they can buy their
They
blessing
can
into
buy
the
the-
chariot. Yeah.
Oh, can I add to that? Because even in Jehovah's Witnesses, you brothers know my little bit of testimony, but they get up early in the morning to go to ministry, you know. Like they get up early in the morning. Some so-called pioneers, if anybody of them listening, pioneer, that means that you have to be like put holy powers in. There's a report, and it's like, I don't know, it used to be like 45 hours, 50 hours. So people do that, and they actually take time off work, and they take part-time job, and that's going to come back down to what we're saying, Matthew 21, 7:21. Though they say unto me, Lord, Lord, I will not, you know.
Same thing.
No.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep these things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
Right. And the reason why you want to keep these things. Now hold on to that. Get me Proverbs the 4th chapter. Because Solomon even said it.
Yeah.
Solomon said if you keep these instructions and these commandments, they are life unto thee. So you can't let this go. So if you want the life that the Lord has for you, man, and as well as you want to be saved, and you have to hold on to the words of life to be saved. This is the only way you're gonna go around it, man. There's no other way. You can't go under, you can't go over. That's the only way. Yahushua is the only and the true way. He is the way, the truth, and the life. That's what it's in John 14. Right? So there you go. Go, brother. Yeah, 4. You can start with verse 7.
7, yeah?
Yeah.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 7. And it says, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding.
Now, is it talking about the wisdom that you're going to get from some Edomite with a suit and tie in these schools? No. It's talking about his knowledge and his understanding. Go on.
Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Right. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. Go on.
She shall bring thee to honor.
She shall bring thee to honor. So hold on with that. Get 1 Samuel chapter 2 and read verse 8. And we're going to get back to that.
Yes, no.
1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 8 says, He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory.
Right, to make them inherit the throne of glory. So let's now we can stop right there. So how are the poor going to be raised up? They sit amongst princes and inherit the throne of glory through this knowledge. Now let's read that same verse again.
Proverbs 4 verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Exactly. Go on.
She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her.
Right, so we're going to be brought to honor because it is knowledge. So remember when Solomon prayed to the Lord, what did he pray for? He could have prayed for women. He could have prayed for gold. He could have prayed for whatever he wanted, but he prayed for wisdom. And it was through the wisdom that he got. He was able to what? Become the richest man in his time because of wisdom. So wisdom is the key to what? To promotion, the knowledge of the Lord in this case. Go on.
Hear,
And
O
the
my
Lord, Salakia, the Lord said because you prayed for wisdom,
Yeah.
then he gave him all those other
Because exactly, because how am I going to put this? What comes out of wisdom is riches anyway. Because you can get riches, but you could be a dumbass. Like there's plenty of dumbass people that get rich, and guess what? They lose the money because they didn't have the wisdom to actually hold onto the money or to do anything conducive with the money.
Like people winning the lottery.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I just want to say, there's many stories in the UK,
The worst off.
of lottery winners
Yeah.
that go poor again.
They go,
Yes,
the
they do.
worst off.
And there's always something
You know?
bad happening to them.
Always.
About that quick one, about the Solomon thing, yeah?
But hold on with that, brother. Let's read this.
Proverbs 4 verse 10 now. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall
Right.
be many.
There you go. In the years of thy life shall be many. So this Bible is basically truly the book of life. It's truly the book of life. Yeah. So if you let this go and you don't put it down, there's no middle ground. There's no gray area. It's either life and death in this world. And the thing of it is, we should be considered thankful to the Lord because He brought us back to His words, which really were in the realms of life right now. A lot of people are going to die out here because they don't have this knowledge and this understanding. Like even in the world, people pay thousands of dollars in America or pounds down here in the UK for certain kinds of knowledge to obtain
Yes.
to become successful.
Yes.
Showing you how valuable knowledge really is, man. All right? Because once you know something, you can do it. If you don't know it, then pretty much you can't do what you don't know. That's why people are destroyed. Because they don't have the knowledge. It tells you that in the root. For my people have become destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So the more you know, the better you can do. All right? And we have the utmost wisdom and understanding above all the wisdom and understandings of this world, which is understanding the Bible. Let me stop talking. Let's go on.
Verse 11. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in the right paths.
Language he has. Go on.
When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straitened.
Right.
And when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
Right. Go on.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go.
Right. Let her not go. Blessed are they which, what is it? That you just read. Revelations 1 and 3. Read it again.
Revelation 1 and 3 again. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
So it means to hold it in your mind, and to also do these things as well. Now let's go back to this.
Yes. Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
Right. For keep her, she is thy life. That's why Yahweh shall say, whosoever believeth on me, as the scripture have said, shall, what is it? Shall have rivers of living water.
That's
So
a flowing water.
exactly. So if it's living waters, then aren't we going to be living like the living waters? Let's also get John 3 and 16. Go on. Let's get John 3 and 16. But really what that means, what I just quoted in John 7, it means to have an abundance of wisdom.
Yes.
That's what it means. But it's also living waters. Okay? So now let's get John 3 and 16. This is why Yahweh said this.
This is John chapter 3,
Verse 16.
verse 16. For Yahweh Ba'asham Yahushai so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son.
And what world is that? We've broken this down so many times. The world of Israel. Now, if you look up that word world, the world is cosmos, which is referencing to an arrangement of stars. So who were the stars set, arranged? The elect, the house of Israel. Go on. Now, if it meant the entire globe,
Yes.
all of the nations,
Yes.
the Greek word would be unlimited. So then the Christians can be justified in using that scripture, but they can't because it doesn't mean it. Go on.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son.
And who did he give his only begotten son to? The Israelites. It tells you that in Acts the 5th chapter. Go on.
That whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
And now we're going back to the point. So whosoever believeth on Yahweh Shai shall not perish but have what? Everlasting life through his word. So now let's go back and read what you just read in Proverbs 4. If you remember the exact verse, my brother.
Proverbs 4.
Was it 8?
It was, thank you, Thawada. Thawada, brother. I think it's up to 9 now or something. Yeah? Thawada, you're already
go.
Yes. Proverbs 4, verse 9. She shall give to thine head an ointment of grace.
Verse 7. Verse 7.
Verse 7, that's right. Proverbs 4, verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing.
No, I think it was in verse maybe 9.
I would say 8 and then go to 9. Let me start from 8 again.
Come.
Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thine head an ointment of grace. A crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings. And this is it. And the years of thy life shall be many.
Go on.
I have taught thee in the way of wisdom.
Relax, brother. Take your time.
Thank you, brother. Proverbs 4, verse 11. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straitened. And when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
Come on, go on.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
There you go. And Yahweh Shai represented that wisdom. So we hearken unto him, we cannot perish but receive everlasting life. That's why I wanted to get that precept right there. Because it all leads to that right there. If you can, brother, get me John 14, where Yahweh Shai said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. So the greatest thing, the greatest person to ever be is to be indebted to this man of life. I hope you understand what I meant when I said that, man. I'm gonna say it again. The greatest person to be is to be someone that's under the authority of the life giver. Because by him, ultimately, automatically, we're going to be granted salvation. All right, and we're going to be preserved from the ways of destruction. And being that you have billions of people all around us right here that don't have this knowledge and this understanding, they're going to be what with death. So the Lord had mercy upon us just by the fact that he chose us to be his subjects, man. Okay? It's mercy. So that's why we gotta always keep a heart of humility. Because remember, we didn't choose the Lord. He chose us. And if he chose us, he can give us a way. So no matter how much you are good in the scriptures, you could be a brother that's very, very charitable, very brotherly. But guess what? If you're not right in the mind and the Lord sees it, he can just toss you out. Okay? So always be humble, man. Always keep a low profile. Don't pluck up your head. Don't get too big, man. Even if the Lord promotes you, always keep a low profile. All right? Because when you start making yourself up, man, the flesh comes in, and you start making all kind of mistakes, and that mistake will get you out the truth. All right?
It's the book of John, chapter 14, verse 6. Yahweh Shai saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Exactly. So you can't kangaroo skip the mediator, which is Yahweh Shah. He is the way, the truth, and the life. And it's only through him. So that's what we all of us have to acknowledge. We're not going to save our own selves. It's going to be Yahweh Shah. That's going to save us.
Okay, so do not boast of yourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. And that's why the Lord gave him that name. Yahweh Shah, meaning he is the deliverer. So we know that words have a meaning, right? So his name has a meaning. He's going to live up to the meaning of his name. He lived according to the will of his father. So guess what? According to the father, he has to live to his name that his father gave him to him.
Yeah, that's why you Old Testament Israelites, you're gonna die because you think you can go straight to the Father, as the elder said, by kangaroo jumping and skipping over Yahweh Shai. But the numerical number of the Lord's name Yahweh Shai is 4, which is mercy.
Yep.
But the number of us men is 6.
Yeah.
So that means you're gonna go with the beast.
Yes.
His number is 6.
Yep.
3 scoring 6, man.
Yeah.
See, the scripture says, "Woe be to the man that trusteth in man." So you're under the vibration of I can do it myself.
Yeah.
Like we were saying earlier, I got it together. I can do it. I can save myself. You skipping over Yahweh Shai, man.
And just like what you said about our numerical number is what, 6, right? So pretty much declares that we're fleshly and we're more capable of sinning too.
Yeah.
We're in the flesh. So when you trust in yourself, you're putting trust in the man, because all we meant, that's what it is. The Lord said, look, as a matter of fact, I ain't gonna quote it, I'm gonna nearly quote it. I'm gonna roughly paraphrase it. Someone get Exodus 20:4, the Lord. Oh yeah, I tell you what, you could get Ecclesiastes 12, where it says the whole duty of man. Go on, my brother.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord Jehovah, thy power, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me.
Yeah, which a generation is what, 25 years, right? So times that by 4, that's what, 100 years. So the thing of it is, the point that I'm making is that we're supposed to know and acknowledge the power. Don't worship any other gods. You got this belief system in this society where you can actually worship yourself. You know, there's that New Age philosophy on that regard. I might have to do a video on that, right?
Oh yeah, kind of. So that's that social media,
Yeah.
YouTube. That came to me in the spirit. iPhone, everything's like direct.
Yes.
Come back
Right.
all wrapped around
Right.
to you.
Yeah.
Even though you can do it, we're using it right now. It's true. Push out this truth from the right hand side, but in the world it's pure like it's all about like what's it?
The manifestation.
Yeah. Now they've got the new one, the podcasting. That guy was in there was one guy was in amongst the brothers doing the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
So they kicked him out because now you can use that. You could have used that on the right hand side in righteousness, but if it's like everything going back to you and you start to lift yourself up now because you're doing well and you're getting a lot of views and you're lifting yourself above the elders, the apostles, your teachers. Then now it's come back to me. They just said it. Me worship.
Yeah, you know too as well. What I really meant to say was, you worshiping yourself as a god, you become your own god. There's a philosophy on that regard, where you can actually believe that you're your own god and you have all of the answers, and you can basically have your own sense of free will. You can will everything you want. I think it's called hedonism. Something to that equivalent is hedonism, where you just do according to your will. You can fight your will, do anything. All right, that's awesome. That's pretty much worshiping man, worshiping yourself.
And they manifest it. They say, I manifest into the atmosphere. I will become this, and I manifest I'll get this job. A lot of black women are in that, man. They just call it for what it is, man. A lot of you black nigga bitches are into that manifestation spirit, which is demons, man. Because as the elder says, you're worshiping yourself at face value, but what you're really worshiping is a demon. Because I know a lot of these hoes, they manifest things the atmosphere, and it works.
Yeah.
It actually works. They get the job. You know, they get the car, they manifest it. They got the house, they manifest. Why? Because as the elder's saying, it's that self-worship, but it always goes back to Satan.
Yeah. Because it's really Satan that's within them whom they worship.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what it is. It's the Satan within themselves that they worship. You know, and that's you know that's what that's the brother put it in. It is what it is.
It goes right back to Esau.
Yeah.
Because he's the one that set this whole thing up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's it.
And a woman, if you to get involved, I'm just keeping you on a relationship thing. If you to get involved with a woman that's self-manifestation, whatever you are, Carly, it would never be a relationship. It's just like because you're just one of her. You're just adding to her worship in herself, and she can't give you back what you're giving her. It's just going to be a one-way traffic.
And that's always the case with these girls because most of these women in the West, they're very full of themselves and they're
Yeah.
extremely narcissistic. But then they'll get on you for being full of yourself.
Exactly.
You know,
When you tell him about yourself, then you're the one with the problem.
you're the one with the problem. Yeah, yeah. So the whole thing of the matter is, man, like we have to worship the Most High, man. That's what this life is telling us. So every time we go through difficulties in this world, and we're realizing how frail, how ain't shit we are. As long as we're growing, we're finding out that the solution is not by ourselves. The solution is not by another man. The solution is Yahweh Bahasham Yahushua. That is the solution. Go on, brother.
Let's go
To this
with-
madness.
Just hit this one quickly. First Kings 3 really hits the ball at the park. And 9 says, Give ye therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this so great a people? And the speech pleased the Lord, that Solomon had asked this thing. And God said unto him, Because thou hast asked this thing, has not asked for thyself long life, neither hast thou asked for riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of the necks of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy words. Lo, I have given thee a wise and understanding heart, so that there was none like thee before thee, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee.
Yeah, and it's the simple thing. Wisdom.
Yeah, because you know you got these get rich quick schemes. Jake's into that too. Which he was the originator of that. The Edomite originator of that. Then Jake got on the bandwagon. Pyramid schemes to get rich quick. And I know that's big over there in America, massive over there. But it hit over here too. So now this that would be the long way they're going around. And some people willing to pay money to go to learn how to get rich quick too. They spend money because money makes money. So, but now this is what I find interesting. King Solomon didn't ask for that, but the Most High, because he asked for the right thing in righteousness to judge the people between good and bad, to be a good king, the Most High gave him riches too. So that was a get rich quick scheme. But it wasn't that he wanted it, but the Most High, he blessed him with that.
But you know why? But you know though, to just basically break it down more properly, it was wisdom that brought him the riches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was the wisdom, because basically, like I was saying, man, like wisdom coming from all things. So it's like the truth. If you can, brother, get me on, what is it, John?
I remember got the one I was calling for you.
Somebody get, what is it, John 1 and 26. I'll read that, man.
Ecclesiastes, verse 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter.
Oh, yeah.
Fear Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
Right, but this is the whole duty of man, is to keep his instructions. Because his instructions are the way of life. And his wisdom, his understanding is going to what? Bring the abundance to man.
Yes.
Now let's go and read this.
John 1 and from the top, yeah?
No, 26.
26. John 1 and 26. And John answered them, saying, I baptize.
No, read it.
Yeah? Answered them, saying, I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom ye know not. He that is who is coming after me is third before me whose
Nah,
shoes.
it goes like this. I've given you an ocean of know all things.
I knew you weren't the right one, you know. I got John. I find that. That's in
You've got a good spirit for it. You can do more videos as well. That's what it's about. That's good.
I thought it was something.
Yeah, this is it. John chapters.
Oh, it's 1 John 2 and 20.
Yeah, 1 John chapter 2 and 20 says, but ye have an auction from the Holy One, and ye know all things.
Right. We know all things. So how do we know all things? Right. And then into the scriptures. Once you get into the scriptures, then you'll know what this life is all about. You'll know everything. So no matter what this devil puts before you, you can already know about it. Right? Because it was ordained that he was going to do such and such a thing.
So let me finish this end though.
Yeah.
And it says, for God Yahweh shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing,
Right.
as you said, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
There you go. So in other words, when you pass away, you're gonna go before you're gonna go before the judgment seat. So you might as well, as you're alive and well, serve your purpose, which is to please the Most High, because you're not gonna escape it. He has his eyes within his room, watching you and recording everything you do, right? And then when you die, you go back to him. So there's no escape. Yeah. So if you're thinking that you could just live in according to your own means, oh, there's a different way to live. There's a different God over here I can serve. You know, I have my own opinion. You have your opinion. Let me tell you something about reality. There's no such thing as opinions. It's either you living a lie or you're living in the truth.
That's right.
That's the point of the matter. See, that's that Edomitic way of thinking, man. Oh, that's your opinion.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Like there's various different ways to get somewhere. No, there's only in this case to get to the Most High,
Yeah.
to receive your salvation. You gotta go through the right way. All right.
Homicide's
Speaking
way
of that-
or the wrong way. The highway or the right
Exactly. Highway or the highway.
Oh, wait, that's it.
You know what I'm saying? So with that, somebody give me please. Somebody give me please John 7, not John 7, Matthew 7. Because it tells you that you're gonna have what? Please.
Matthew 7, verse 13. Enter ye in at the straight gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction,
Right.
and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it.
Right, so you have the narrow gate and you have the straight gate, which is the narrow one. So the narrow gate is what? It's going to lead to life, which is Yahweh Shai's. So there's no, oh, this is my opinion, you have an opinion too.
And I
Fuck all of
respect that too.
And you got to respect that. Or I'm living according to my truth. No, there's no my truths. It's the truth.
That's right.
Okay? Your perception and the way you think, yo, that's you all in your own mind, man. You gotta get out your mind and deal with the real world. And that's just the problem with people today. Especially these women out here. These women,
That's
they
right.
live in their own mind. So while they're in their own mind, reality is happening and they wonder, wow, oh man, how come I couldn't find a man? I'm 40 years old and I'm struggling to find someone. Because you've been caught up in your own fucking mind, man.
That's right.
When you really know in reality, you should have been you should have been taking yourself seriously to find the right kind of guy, man, when you was young. Okay? Go on, my brother.
I'm just gonna say a quick point, because you're talking about, you're saying, oh well, I can come up some other way, I don't have to go through your Howard Shy. It reminded me of a clip I watched some years ago on Oprah Winfrey for one, where she was talking to a fucking audience, and she was talking about some fucking, you don't have to go through Jesus to get to God and some shit. And the Edomite women in the audience were cursing her out, saying, what are you talking about? There's no other way, there's only Jesus. And those are freaking Edomite women. So and you got,
I remember that scene too.
yeah, but you got Oprah Winfrey, such influence to our women,
Yes.
and they're not even challenging you.
Nope.
But the point is that there is no other way. But you've got these celebrities who try and push, oh, you can come to God however you want. And for example, I was walking down the road yesterday. Some guy was holding out some leaflets. Some Christian guy, he goes, "Come as you are, come as you are." I'm thinking, what the fuck are you talking about, man? How are you going to tell people come as you
You
are?
need money, innit?
That's what I'm saying. Basically, you could be a fucking sodomite, right?
You need more people.
And he's saying, come as you are.
Yeah.
You could be an adulterer and he's saying, come as you are.
Yeah.
Rather than fucking get right with the Most High or die, man.
Yeah.
But again, that's not going to bring money into his fucking
Pockets.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so they're going to tell people, yeah, come as you are, you don't need to change. God hates the sin, not the sinner. All that kind of rubbish. It's like
No, that's all right, brother. Yeah, because that don't fill in the pockets. Like he want to blow his pockets up and shit, you know, like a fucking balloon. But what it's all about, it's all about. It's just plain. Life is very plain. It's not complicated. People make it complicated. My truth, my opinion. Listen, man, you got the up and down, the left and the right, life and death. It's just as plain as that. There's no various different ways. Go on.
The scripture says, man, the same shall know it, death by pain.
Yeah.
How the fuck can God love you but hate it? No, you come as a package, man. God hates you because of what the fuck you're doing.
The Most
Or
High is
God,
angry and wicked every day.
every
Every
day.
day.
Or God loves you because
Every
of what
day.
you're doing, man. No fucking separatism, man. That's the person and that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
What the fuck you're doing is who you are, man.
Exactly.
That's it.
God hates you because you're fucking wicked, man. And the same shall know it, death by pain.
And it's just as
Right.
plain as that.
Fucking
It's just that plain. So all of this, oh yeah, you know, oh God, you know, what is it? What they say?
God hates the sinner, not the sinner.
Right.
Or another one, they say, oh, God knows my heart. Oh, yeah.
Right. God knows my heart.
That's the next one again. I got a piece of it.
Oh, no.
Ecclesiasticus 3 verse 24. For many are deceived by their own vain opinion.
Hey, break it down, bro.
For many are deceived by their own vain opinion, and an evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment.
Go, bro. Break it down.
Oh man, and that's what it is like. We're going back to these so-called churches again, right? Oh, the Lord knows my heart. All I have to do is eat this swine, and I pray over it. You know,
Oh yeah, I plead the blood of Jesus over the poor.
you know what I mean? Everything is, and there's other scriptures about it's not based on your vain interpretation. That's another one again. You see?
Yeah.
You see, that's why you have to be taught over again. You have to become a newborn babe, start all over again, get up all that back dirty water.
Fucking
you know what
suck
I mean?
it,
You
bro.
know?
If someone get that, Baba Kishan,
mad, I get mad.
fuck that, man. That scripture, the strangeness of his salvation.
Yes, yes.
Let's get that, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
What
that's
the
Wisdom
fuck,
Solomon
man?
5, yeah, Wisdom Solomon 5,
You
yeah.
can just do what the hell you want to do.
Yeah, man.
Pray over the swine.
Yeah, man.
Pray over
Yeah,
the
man.
what I talked about earlier, the calamari,
Oh.
you know, the shrimp,
Yeah.
and all that bullshit, man. What the hell, man? You gotta follow the commandments.
That's it.
So, brother, no, talk, bro. The commandments went. So I guess the commandment just went
It went out the window.
Went out the window.
And then what do they say in church as well, Ahab? They say, Jesus done away with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But then the Lord himself said, I've not come to destroy, but to fulfill, man. So what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Okay.
Them churches are demonic, man.
Yeah, Rabia, let me just say something, right? You said something on the chat about a few months ago, and up to date I'm cracking up. Remember the little image goes, the thief wanted to get he had a knife.
Yeah.
He wanted to get that woman.
Yeah.
And he said, Jesus loves me. And somebody says in the background, every time.
Yeah,
That one,
yeah.
That's how he catches Christians, you know?
yeah.
You remember the same one?
Yeah, I remember
on the
what you're
chat?
talking about, bro.
Oh, man.
I remember, man.
You know what I mean?
Someone got,
Oh, Wisdom of Solomon 5, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, Wisdom of Solomon 5 from verse 1. Then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness
Right.
before the face of such as have afflicted him.
righteous, why? Because they stood for something, man. The saying is kind of corny, but it's true. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything, man. Christians fall for anything.
Yeah, man.
Because anything goes. Pork goes, being fucking homosexual goes,
Yeah, man.
you know. Anything goes with Christianity, man.
You have to drop it. You have to drop it.
Adultery goes,
You have to drop it.
anything goes, man. But it says, then shall the righteous man stand. Why? Because what did it say about Job? A righteous man that escheweth evil. You have to be on the side, man. You have to either stand for righteousness or be okay with wickedness, man.
That's right.
These Christians, they're okay with wickedness, but want to dress themselves in righteousness.
Yeah.
War, man.
That's wicked, man. So when the Lord comes back, he's gonna fucking kill you Christians, man.
You know what too as well? You know what I found out some months ago? Is that there was a lot of lightning strikes up on these churches too.
Yeah,
man.
churches.
They
Churches.
get fucked up on
Churches.
that, you know? And really when you think of the word church is referring to the men
Yeah.
that are standing with the Lord. It ain't representing these churches. Alright? Excuse me, these buildings. Buildings filled up with these silly people.
You go up in them sanctuaries, it smells funky as fuck.
Sure does.
From like last week's sweat. Because they were all dancing and having a fucking time and the
Fucking
life
hell,
in
yeah.
there, man. Like
Yeah.
it's more like a club, bro.
Yeah.
You know, you brother's big club, man.
Yeah.
You walk up into the club, it's all dark and shit. You got the bouncer checking you and shit. You go in the club, but it's the same fucking thing. You go up in the so-called sanctuary of these churches. You got deacons standing there. They got to open the door for you.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you go up in the church, man. That's some bullshit,
Comfort,
man.
comfort.
Comfort, man.
You got Deacon Donovan over there. This congregation coming in, man.
Go, man. So like, go. Caleb, finish that. Finish that.
Yeah,
man.
can't,
Finish
right?
that. You know, Deacon Donovan. On a Sunday morning, his
got his same tie.
suit and tie on.
He got a Rolex
Yeah.
on too. My man got a Rolex on.
And he's pointing to where you sit. Fucking Christians, man. Look like a skank, bro.
Right, and then they call themselves getting the Holy Spirit and they start jumping around doing backflips, side flips, and all that. That's
Telling you where to sit so you can catch the Holy Spirit.
right.
Right there.
Absolutely.
Go on.
But then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labours when they see
What
it.
labors have you Christians done, man? You fucking going in them churches every Sunday, smacking tambourines in your hand and catching the unholy spirit. That's not no work of the Lord, man. Fuck you talking about, man? You go home, man. I've got family members, man. I'm in the house, man. It fucking pisses me off. They're on the phone talking to the other family members. Oh yeah, pastor said this and I'm not too sure about that. It's all about their feelings, man. If pastor's preaching at what they want to hear, yeah, I love Bishop.
Good sermon.
Yeah, good sermon. I like Bishop. I like pastor. But if pastor says something you don't like, you spend the whole fucking week bitching about the same nigga you're gonna go back to on Sunday.
Right.
You dickhead, man. What the hell, man?
Sunday.
The scripture says who made no account of their labors, man. You niggas in the church ain't laboring, man. You're going up in there for your own eyes and your
Emotional.
own ears and your own emotions to get attended to, man.
It's true, man.
That's why the scriptures call it the whorehouses, man.
Yeah.
You spiritual whores and you physical whores. As the elder said, man, you damn adulterers, man. You know, fucking churches, man. That's bullshit. Go on.
You got people who go up in the church just because they like the music.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Either they're sitting in the audience like in the songs, or we've got, you know, some musicians in there. Yeah, I can play the drums. Yeah, I can play the keys, you know. What about the house show?
Bro, I'll be honest, bro. Brothers are guilty of that,
Yeah,
man. Certain brothers are musicians. I used to go to church and play piano and then fuck off. Bro. I listen to no damn pastor, man. I go there for the music.
Right.
The music and the girls, man.
And they know what we like, and they cater to
Yeah,
us.
he catered to it,
Yeah,
man.
I mean,
How about that? I was that nigga, man. I'll be making the beats, man, and then when the pastor comes on, I'll go outside. I ain't fucking listening to them,
Yeah, I
them
tell you no
pastors,
lie, man.
man.
Sometimes I used to go to church when I see some guys with a bass guitar, and I'm watching him, you know. I see it's so cool.
Yeah.
I wish I could learn that. I wish I could learn that.
Yeah.
And he's really going down with the beats, you know.
And let me
And
tell you,
he's-
in them churches, man, the worst niggas are the musician niggas.
Oh man,
Them musicians are the worst
They know what
niggas
they're
going,
doing.
man.
Yeah.
Because they're cocky. As
They're
you say,
cocky.
they're full of themselves.
Full of themselves. It's true.
You know, because they know that without them, church ain't gonna be fun.
Right.
right. Yeah.
Finish that.
They
man.
get girl too.
Yeah, they get enough girl, man. Yeah.
5 and 2, Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for.
Yeah. And just like the brother said, man, them niggas they didn't put the work in to talk about, oh, I'm saved. Like, bro, like before you get salvation, you gotta put that work in, man. Not what? Warming them chairs in them salvation buildings. Like the Lord never sanctioned your seat warmers. The Lord sanctioned those who put the work in, man. The scripture says that what is it? The work is abundant, but the labors are few. All right, so and that's the only way you're gonna be saved. The Apocrypha tells you, I'm gonna quote it again, that they were justified by their works. All right,
That's true. It's about the works because
It's
you know
about
the
the
scripture talks about the sweat of their brow.
right,
You know what I mean?
right.
You have to sweat and do this, but that's a sweat. I mean, you have to work hard.
Yeah.
You have to put in the labor in for this
Yes,
work.
and that's in everything in life.
In
If you
everything
want
in
to
life.
become something in life,
Anything
you
in
have to, like you mentioned, bro. You got get rich quick schemes.
Yeah.
That's all bullshit, man. you want to get rich on anything, you got to put the work in. You got to be dedicated and put the work in. That's just how it is. Even when it comes to working out on everything, you got to put the work in. It's like the apostles, man. The apostles put the work in to be where they're at. So it's the same thing. So in order for us to be a master of what we do, right, to be good at what we do, we have to be consistent on it.
Yeah, in righteousness.
In righteousness.
Right.
Yeah, so
And the grandmaster gets, they get the respect and they deserve the grandmasters, they, you know, in the martial arts. Man who knows that, no one thinks that. They get the respect because they put the work in and they deserve that respect. The grandmasters of the masters. Because they're the masters of the masters, grandmasters.
that's why they call them grandmasters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's go back to what we was at before, man.
I've got one for you. This might remind us of where we was.
Yeah, go on.
I'll read it and then we'll see, yeah? First Ezra chapter 4, 37 says, wine is wicked, the king is wicked, women are wicked, all the children of men are wicked, because you mentioned that it's not about opinion. It's not about opinion. There's no left. It's straightforward. Yeah? You were saying that it's not about opinion. Yeah? Wicked. All the children of men are wicked, and such are all their wicked works, and there is no truth in them, in their unrighteousness. Also they shall perish. Last one. As for the truth, it endureth and is always strong. It liveth and conquereth forevermore.
Oh yeah, hold on to that and get on Matthew 24. Somebody get Matthew 24, where it mentions on how what is it, man? Heavens and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Somebody get that, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the truth. And when you live in the truth, you don't perish like the truth is. But when you're living a lie,
Like
you
a lie.
perish like the lie. You become the lie. So it's all about you living according to this truth. So she quite trap.
Them push-ups are alright.
Especially the taller men.
Taller.
They trap.
Push-up, yeah.
Right.
Some of them, I'm into smooth, yeah, it's clean first and foremost, but smooth skin, smooth and silky. Back to you
We're
guys.
gonna get all of that going, brother.
Matthew 24 and verse 35. Let me read from verse 34. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away.
So that's just how it is. Like the end all be all at the end of the day is about the words of the Lord. It ain't about my opinion or your truth. That's all bullshit. That's that bullshit that the serpent brought to Eve. And the Levites took it up like it was nothing. And they take it and it's like it's a reality. You know, it's a particular philosophy that I can go by. But believing in myself. Nah, man, that's not it right there. And a lot of people that have that mentality, they're gonna wind up dying. We'll see if you are a God for real. When the economy crashes, like there was a video that a brother put up of this black guy's who was sitting in her car talking about how one of her friends told her at the job, saying that the economy is gonna collapse. So she said, well, what I could actually do right now, I have a gun by my side. I can actually blow my brains out. Why did she say that? Because one of her friends told her that the economy is going to collapse, and she was upset about that.
So she's contemplating suicide because of it.
Yeah. So this is the thing, and you know, I'm just bringing it out just to bring home the point, because the thing with Eve, man, a lot of these Evites are hella proud, they're hella prideful, they arrogant as hell, and they really think that they're just better than the world. They think that they're better than their reality. Their reality doesn't even matter. It's, as long as what they think is what matters. Everyone that they walk past, they think that they're better than you. That's the mentality, especially these young women too. Go on, bro.
That's a good point, because what they're doing is they're not actually dealing with reality. They're projecting their ego onto things. So they're projecting, oh, I'm better than him. Oh, he ain't shit to me. I'm better than her. It's all projection, but that's not reality. That's just your ego spilling forth. You know what I mean? And it shows.
That's why the scripture says, rise up, you women that are at ease. They're at ease, man. You got women that will, like, a man will approach them on a humble tip, and they're just belittling the guy. You know, or another thing these women do is that they embarrass their children. I go in supermarkets, man, and these women, they'll embarrass toddlers, man. Like, what the fuck do you expect from a child, man? You know, they be having demands of the child that's just way out of their age range. But a lot of these black women, man, these black hoes, they like embarrassing their men and they like embarrassing their children, man. I don't understand that, man.
I'll give you a little bit of an idea. It's basically, to cut long story short, it's men hate. They hate men. It's in them, and they hate the little boy because the little boy, you know, it looks like he's fun. You know, we're going to learn. But let me hit this precept because it kind of sums a little bit, goes into it a little bit. First Ezra's 3. I'll go back a couple of verses.
To the point, we ain't got to get it, but Ezekiel 9, that's why the scriptures mention you women more than twice, man. Maids, women, and children, man. You women gonna get fucked up, man. A lot of Jacob's trouble is gonna be these tribes, these women of these tribes getting put to death, man.
And you know what, too, there's more of them than us. So when you really think about it, people that's going to be put to death on it's going to be a lot of women.
A lot of you women,
we may be the ones, the most, you know, aware of those. Those mighty men or the men with spiritual power could be us, and we're going to be doing it. We're going to be take part in killing a lot of them.
That's that thing. If you can't swim,
he knows how we feel.
If you can't swim and you're in the sea, you push someone else down so you can keep your head above water, man. That's what you do to the so-called black man. All right? You fucking push him down in society so you can elevate yourself. That's why if Esau's the gun, the extended clip is the black woman. Okay? Or the silencer part of the gun is the black woman. Because you don't see it coming, you expect her to be on your side, but she's the fucking devil as much as Esau.
That's right.
These black bitches, man. You talk about a generation before where if you try and approach you, hey sweetie, hey beautiful, I like you, you know, they'll kind of be shy and shamefaced. But you're right, Beyonce, Nicki Minaj, to the left spirit, what's her name? Cardi B, man. You fucking bitches. You be listening to them demonic women, not even women, they're just fucking demons. Harlots, Cardi B, the bitch. You be listening to them, and then a guy will approach you, and you catch your attitude trying to shame him, man. But bro, we're going. Jacob's trouble is gonna be like the ancient world, man. You talk shit to a man's face, you fucking get punched in your skull, man. That's how it's gonna go, man. The scripture says, "Rise up, you women that are east, man." You thinking you're gonna be all sexy and exclusive? You're gonna get a sexy punch. So like it over.
No, but you know what's gonna happen though? Just to add to what you're saying, because we gotta just be real out there. Like we're dealing with the real world, bitch. When this economy gets around zero and there's civil unrest, a lot of these harlots out there are gonna be raped. They're gonna be raped. You know, since they like to show their ass crack. From you know, the vagina, like they like to show that too. Like to show everything, right? Well, you know what? Some guys are just gonna take it and do whatever they gotta do. Because I'm telling you, when this society is ground zero, men are gonna result to what they are. Peace.
Men are men.
You're gonna have women catching punches like Mike Tyson is fucking giving them a jab. Fuck you say, bitch. You know, as the elder said, you're gonna get raped, man. You're gonna watch your children get put to death. There's an account of the two women when they were starving. They said, "Today we'll eat my son, and tomorrow we'll boil yours." You know, you're gonna come to them conclusions. Now you're up in you women and your fucking decision making. You're deciding what color nails you wanna get. Don't want acrylic. Don't want this. Don't want that. Don't want the French tip. Don't know. Yeah, the time is coming when your decision making is, am I going to eat my son?
Real survival.
It's gonna get real out there, man. Because see, the thing of it is, right? Like this is why you gotta live in reality. Because when you don't live in reality and you live in your own bubble, you get, and this is what we were talking about earlier before. This is why we was talking about before about pride. See, when you're too, because what it is with these females, society has gassed them up so much that they just don't see nothing. They don't see you. They don't see the reality they live in. They're above everything in this room. They're actually gods. They actually think like they're the most high. So they believe that they can just say what they want, do what they want, and don't accept the repercussions. And then society actually helps them out when they make certain mistakes because of these things. But what's going to happen down the line, a lot of these women out here, they're going to get raped out there. They're going to get ravished. And I'm telling you, I'm speaking when this society gets around. See, I'm not talking about now, where the police can protect them and all of that. I'm talking about when the police can't protect them. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to the scriptures. I'll tell you what, since we're talking on that, let's get 2nd Ezra 15, man. Woo! And somebody get Revelations, what is it? I think it's 6 and 6 where it mentions the bell walls. Let's pull them scriptures out. Yeah, because that's where it's gonna wind up going, man. That's where it's gonna wind up going. It's gonna be a lot of deaths out here. People are gonna start going fucking crazy, stealing things in the stores, right? And guess what? Your powers that be are gonna collapse the system. And when this system is collapsed, you're gonna see animals like you ain't never seen before. And guess what? People that have to rely on these different medications and stuff, they won't be able to get access to them. To tame them in the demons that's inside of these people. So when they can't tame those demons by the medication that they get from the doctor, that prescribed the medication, guess what? You're gonna start seeing demonic activity on a whole nother level you ain't never seen before.
And I think from last year, there was a shortage of antidepressants.
Come.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard about that.
But check this out. So, what about the people who are on things like cigarettes?
Yes.
Oh, like-
They can't get cigarettes. How are they going to be there?
Oh,
How they gonna be then? Yeah. So that's why it's easy. It's easy for us to say, and we can actually vision that a lot of these women out here that really thought that they were the shit, so much so that their shit didn't stink, and their shit smell like a bunch of lilies and shit. They gonna find out, man, that you ain't what you thought you was. Yeah. Go on, brother.
2nd Ezra 15 from verse 5. Now let me start from 4. For all the unfaithful shall die in their
Say
unfaithfulness.
what you could do to be exact. Get the scripture where it says for the cities that were there you go.
Yeah, there we go. This is 2nd Ezra 15, starting about verse 17. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able, for because of their pride, the city shall be troubled.
Yeah, and when the cities are troubled, who becomes victims of these troubled cities? More in particular, women. Women become victims of this. Just like back in the like you just mentioned, brother, the Josephus. When you go into the history of what happened to Jerusalem, Jerusalem is so in a deteriorated situation that women resulted. So one may think to themselves, that could never actually happen in this time.
Yeah, they said, yeah.
Well, doesn't it say in the scriptures, the book of life, doesn't it say that there is no new thing under the sun, saying that it's already been a old time? And also, doesn't it say in the scriptures that, I tell you what, I'm going to go off on it. Somebody get it. Ecclesiastes 1 and verse, what is it? I think it's in verse 8. But read that what you got.
It says, for because of their pride, the city shall be troubled. The houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid.
Right?
A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword.
Right, and shall destroy their house with the sword. So you're going to have your next door neighbor that you were best mates with. He's going to try and infiltrate your house for food and take your money too. Okay? So a lot of chaotic times are going to come out here, and it's not going to be, oh, well, he ain't cute enough, or I don't like him, and I have a plethora of decisions and choices. You're not going to have no choice. It's either you're going to sell your box, let's just going to keep it real.
Yeah.
You're going to have a lot of women out here that's going to probably sell their ass just to find a man to hold on to their life.
So that's about being a hose and a roller.
This is what's going to be real out
Yep.
here, okay?
So like it's
Go on, bro.
these women are hoes anyway, so the ones who pretend that they're not hoes at this moment because they're living in a society which upholds adultery. When the society collapses, they're going to revert to type. So they're going to be doing whatever they can to survive,
Yeah.
and their box is going to be a bargaining tool.
That's just going to be the reality. Go on, brother.
So it says, a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and
Right.
great
And
tribulation.
you're not gonna have the free access to food in these stores. Oh, I can just go to the little store over there, the convenience store to get some food, or go to that Sainsbury's over across the road. Listen, man, you're not gonna have the privilege to do that anymore. It's gonna be a totally different situation, and this is what is going to happen in this society. This is what's going to happen in the UK and as well as America as well, in France and all over the place. Places that you wouldn't even think this could happen to. It's going to happen. And it mentions the pride of the cities that will be troubled. How about that? Go on, bro.
As the one you called for. Ecclesiasticus 1 verse 9. The thing that have been, it is that which.
That's what I wanted you. That's what I wanted you brothers to get. The
Yes.
thing that which is to be. Excuse me. The thing that which was is that which shall be. Go
Yes.
on.
Ecclesiastes 1 verse 9. The thing that have been, it is that which shall be.
Right. So we just had a situation that happened in Masada with 70 AD, right? So guess what? Being that this is the second Roman Empire, the same thing is going to happen all over again. There's going to be a 70 AD 2.0. And being that this is the last of all of the paganistic empires, this shit's going out the Big Bang. All right? You're going to start seeing things you ain't never seen before. That's why Daniel mentioned it. Pull Daniel's 12. Somebody pull Daniel's 12. Because this ain't just going to be no, average tribulational time. That's the only word I can use. This tribulation is going to eclipse all of the tribulations that we've encountered in our past.
Worse than slavery,
Worse
worse
than
than
slavery,
Sodom
all
and Gomorrah,
combined.
all that.
Put all of that in combination.
Yeah.
Daniel 12:1.
12 and 1. Here we go. Go on, brother.
And at that time shall Michael stand up, that great prince, forgive me, who standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was, since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be found written in the book.
Yeah, so in that time, what do you think is going to happen to their females? What do you think is going to happen to their children? This is a reality check, man. See, you know what the issue is, right? That I'm thinking about. We live in a fake society, a world that has created this illusion that everyone's protected.
Right.
There's this sense of feeling that I'm gonna be okay and I'm protected and this and that and the third. I don't have to worry about going out. Somebody's gonna be able to see me. Listen, I'm telling you, when this society breaks the fuck down,
I know.
it's gonna go the fuck down, man. Like the brother mentioned, like the ancient world. It's gonna be like that, worse.
It's a spirit, because yesterday I put in the chat that video of High Priest Ariel Kilmarshal preaching. I was watching it, and High Priest Ariel, I think, said that to back up the elder, you people, you think that you're protected because of 911 and 999, but the time is coming when you're gonna call 911 and 911 is gonna be getting killed. Them people on the phones, they're gonna be getting fucked up.
Yeah.
And if you think it's far-fetched, well, now in France you've got the fire brigade
Yes.
fighting with the police.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
That's Second Ezra 15 and 16, sedition among men. So all your as the elders getting into all your safety mechanisms. I just call the police.
gonna be this amount.
Yeah, you call them, and they're gonna be asking you for help, man.
Yep. And you know it as well. They're gonna bring the boys in black with all of that gear and the guns the size of your damn body. They're gonna use the bad boys and they're gonna just start killing people.
But
Women and children can get it too.
in Australia, I read the article yesterday. In Australia, they've got robot dogs. That
Oh yeah, I
can-
saw that. The
Yeah,
goblins.
police can control them with their minds.
Yep. Well, that's true. Because I also read that article too. So this is the thing, man. Like, what's coming down the pipe, right? This is not a joke. See, people like to joke around and think that everything's funny and things. Oh, I can do what I want. Okay, you keep doing what you want and see where that's gonna land you. And a lot of these chicks out here that have not repented, that's been walking past us, they're gonna get caught up in that mess. They're gonna get caught up. All of those guys that used to walk past, hey, shalom, brother, I like what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, shalom. Listen, man, you gonna wish you had the shalom. All right, the peace of the Most High. What I meant to say, you gonna wish you had that. All right, but it's too late because you didn't want to repent. So yeah, and he's absolutely right when he says shalom, brother. Because yeah, it's only gonna be all we gonna have is the peace. But where's your shalom at in that time?
You got it, nigga. You got it.
That's the question you're gonna be asking yourself. Where are them guys at that used to teach the name of the Lord? You ain't gonna find us. Yeah, I mean a lot of these high city girls out here that think that they're just the shit. And everyone's high, everyone's a 9 and a 10. Everyone's model chicks. Guess what, man? I'm telling you, every last one of y'all are gonna be stooped down to the reality. All right?
And that's what Kevin Samuels told you, bitch, right? Kevin Samuels told you that he used to let the woman call up on his show, and one of them, he basically just told her the truth and broke her down like, you a piece of shit. You ain't worthy in this life, man. You know, and you know what she said? At the end of him breaking her down, she goes, so what do I have to do to get a high value man? And he said, die, bitch. Be reincarnated. It's the truth, man. It's too late for you hoes, man. You're gonna have to die and come back in the kingdom.
Yeah.
Straight up, be reincarnated, man. Because you're too far gone.
And this is, and you see, like when we're talking about these women, man, at the same time, we also got to bring it back to us too, because we had a sense of pride too at one particular point in time. But the point is what I'm making on this regard is the fact that you got to be humble, you got to be low. Because when you're low in the mind and you're real about yourself, you can see dudes, you can see what you're supposed to be seeing within yourself, the do's and the don'ts. But when you got hella pride, you can't see anything. That's why they're gonna get messed up ahead, because they're not in tune with themselves, the reality. Okay? When you're in tune with the reality, what you find out is that I'm not what I think I was. And it's good to be that way so that you can see the dangers. But when you got a high sense of pride, you can't see shit, man. All you're seeing is yourself.
I don't know if you brothers saw the clip where this woman, she went into this gym, a 24-hour gym. But you know this place is full of pride anyway. You know, what a woman's doing in the gym, I know you have to work at different times. What is a woman doing in a 24-hour gym? Working out at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, she went into the gym, right? She's by herself, the only person in the gym, right? The security cameras, she come in the gym, working out. Man came in, right? She buzzed him. Man knocked at the door, she buzzed him in. She come in and that same man attacked her. And it's all caught on the cameras.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's all caught on the cameras. Yeah? No, he didn't
get his way with her.
No, he didn't get his way. But what it is, right, she was so prideful afterwards when she was interviewed. She goes, oh, if I wasn't working out and being strong, but she ran, she fled from his man, right? She fled from his man, you know what I mean? And there's all the security cameras, where's the help then? You know what I mean? So they're all gassed up, man, they're all gassed up.
Yeah, that's it, I got one for you.
You know?
2 Corinthians 8 and 50 says, for many great...
I deserve a Prince Charming, I deserve
All
this
that
and I
bullshit.
deserve that.
All that.
Women, you don't deserve a goddamn thing because you didn't put the work together. Go on, brother.
Great misery shall be done to them that in the latter times shall dwell in the world, because they have walked in great pride.
And that's just the problem. Because see, let's go now. Let's break this thing down. Let's get the book of Proverbs, and let's get the precept where it mentions. I don't know where it's at, right? Salakia. But the scripture says, pride coming before a fall. And we're gonna go into the precepts on pride now. So there's a topic after a topic. Go on, brother. Let's read that once again. And we're gonna go into that precept. Because that's just the one thing you don't want to have. You don't want to have this pride, man. Because not only do women have it, but you got a lot of jakes, you got a lot of brothers that have that too. Like these other camps and all of that, Al-Azhar, guys like that, they have this pride. And guess what? What's going to happen to them? They're going to take that mark, right? And guess what? They're going to be destroyed. Because out of pride, out of ego, they got to defend what they got.
I got it here though.
Go on now.
Proverbs 16 verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and haughty spirit before a fall.
Right, and a haughty spirit, in other words, someone that's undisciplined. And that's what can become of you. Because all you're seeing is yourself at this point when you're prideful. I'm gonna just do what I want to do because I feel I can do it. I can do it. And I deserve to do it. So I'm gonna do it. So let's read that again.
Proverbs 16 verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall.
So all of them people that have this mentality, they're gonna fall great because they didn't humble themselves. They were megalomaniacs, and that's really what that is. That's a megalo-fucking maniac, right? Someone that thinks severely high of themselves, and they're under this illusion of grandeur. All right?
Better it is to be of an humble spirit with the lowly, than to divide the spoil with the proud.
Yeah, and what makes it better because you're able to see the ins and out of everything when you're humble. Even within yourself, you're able to see the wrong to the right about yourself, and to examine yourself. That's the whole benefit of being humble, being a low key, knowing that you have shortcomings, knowing that there's issues. Because if you know that there's an issue within yourself or anything of that sort, there's any issue you know about, guess what? You're gonna see it and you're gonna find it and fix it. If you don't see that there's an issue in yourself, you're not gonna be able to fix it. So a lot of these people are gonna die as a result of not being able to see their own personal issues because of what? Pride. Go on, brother.
That's it.
Oh, I got one.
Go on,
Proverbs 29 and 23 says, a man's pride shall bring him low,
Yeah.
but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit.
And that's another thing. And honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So if you want to reach to a greater extent in life, you gotta first humble yourself. You gotta be humiliated first.
Yeah.
Humiliation, then comes the honor. But when you're operating in this sense of pride, and you got it all going on, and you got everything in the bag, and you ticking all of the boxes, nigga, guess what? You ain't gonna have anything after that mindset. You're gonna lose everything. All right, because life is a balance. There's an up and a down, and there's a down and an up. So if you have this up in the spirit, nigga, you're gonna be down. You're gonna be down and out. Okay? And Esau, you know what too? When Yahushua makes a second return, Yahushua is gonna show an example out of Esau because he's the most proud of every nation of the world. Go on, bro.
Proverbs 14 and 3. In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride, but
Yes.
the lips of the wise shall preserve them.
Right, and guess what? A fool doesn't really know what's going on. So if anything, I'm not gonna put this name. Yeah, a fool doesn't really know what the hell is going on. They're just going by and by. But then again, as it mentions about what is it being pride. Read it again.
Proverbs 14 and 3. In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve him.
Right.
I
Go
want
on,
to say
no,
something
go on.
on this because it reminds me of Conor McGregor, and he was a good MMA fighter. Well, he's still around, hanging around. He might come back. You know, he's well known as Irish, but could well be a Jake, going back to us, seed of Jacob. And he fought Nabib, one of the Russian fighters, top super, was it middleweight or super middleweight? Russian guy. He's a ramp with beers, Khabib. But anyway, Conor McGregor's good and he's a good trash talker. But even with me, I like all them kind of thing, trash talking. But even with me, he went a little bit too far with it. He started to get personal with Khabib, because Khabib is a devoted Muslim, but he was brought up in that field of MMA, fighting with bears and all that. You know the Russians, that's their thing. The bears, they're kind of like the image, innit? The image of the bear. So there's some thick people, and they could be Jakes too, you know.
Yeah, of course.
But anyway, Callum's good. The point is, when he went into the ring now, we know the bravado went out the window. There's no more trash talking. It's just like your fist doing the talking. Conor McGregor was holding out for about 2 rounds. He was good at stand-up combat. He was good with the stand-up. But when he took him down, Khabib took him down. The Russian, he ramps with bears. He wrestles with bears, young bears, and he just tired him out. He just kept his body on him. Tired out Conor McGregor. McGregor couldn't do much. He weighed him down, and McGregor just lost. You could see his energy. He was out. He just left him, and then the second round, it was the first round. I think it was the first round, no, the second round, the bear, Khabib got up and he said, well, yeah, you look like you're running out of energy now. And he got anything to say now, you can see them talking. And he kind of like, you can see when he walked back now, because he had to come back to the third round. You see when he walked back, he said, I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. He humbled his ass. Yeah. When he went into the third round now, he just carried on doing what he was doing in the second round, carried on mauling him, stayed on him, and then he eventually choked him out. He tapped out. Conor McGregor, he thought he could take tapped out. But all that bravado and big mouth thing, and he was even doing it with Floyd Mayweather. Some people say Floyd Mayweather was a bit too flash and brash. Like he was even trying to overtalk him. So he went a bit too far. So now, back to the precept, I read it again. In the mouth of the foolish is the rod of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve them. Now you can do that because you have to do that to sort of fight. Trash talk. But really, it comes down to what you're going to be doing in the ring. That's really what's going to deter whether you're going to win or not. If you really can back up what you're saying, maybe you can get away with it. But he got humbled. That's the point. Too much talking, too much bragging and
you know what
talking.
too? He believed in his confidence. He believed in his pride. He believed in his own bullshit. So what happens is when you believe in that level of pride, because it's just what it is, it's just a pseudo projection that you have in yourself.
That's what
It's a
you
fake
say. That's
facade.
what you do. That's the point.
That's what it is. And many people have these fake facades and they're
Yeah.
walking around like it's real, but it's not real because when shit goes way loud, as the saying goes, when the shit hits the fan, guess what? The fan is gonna fan away. That's that level of pride, man.
Yeah.
Point blank in the story. So right now, you have to be humiliated, man. You have to
That's
show
it. Yeah,
humility
that's the word. You got
and just be
humiliated.
real. Because when it gets real, guess what? You'll be immune to being real because you was real from the beginning. Okay, so when a real situation meets you, you can relate to it because you've already been in the real world. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, read on with that part.
I'll read another one. You were talking about pride.
Yeah.
This is you read that one. I'll read this one.
And that's why.
Proverbs chapter 13 and 10.
Come.
Says, only by pride cometh contention, but with the well advised is wisdom.
Right, but with the well advised is wisdom. And also going back to the point that you just read, pride coming from what? Contention. And guess what? When you're actually prideful and you're arrogant, guess what? You'll be self-willed in your own way, and therefore you'll what? Be in contention with the Most High. And that's something that you don't want. As it is written, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the Lord. So that's really when you act on pride, contending with the Most High. Okay? So go on now.
Proverbs 6 verse 16. These 6 things doth the Lord hate.
Oh yeah.
Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, and that's the first one. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood.
And that's Esau, all in one. He loved to shed blood. It says that you hated not to shed blood. And also says that in the book of Obadiah, it mentions on that blood shall pursue me. It also mentions that he stood up in higher places. I'm roughly paraphrasing the scripture. And those higher places that he sits upon, exemplifies his level of pride against the people and pride against the Most High as well. So this is why I said before that when Messiah makes his second return, he's going to visit this world and show Esau that you're just a mere mortal.
Right.
You're not a power, you're not a God. You can't transcend into the future, infinity and beyond. That doesn't exist for you. Okay? And that's what the Lord is going to show. And also show that the thing of it is, you cannot be pride. You can't use pride to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Now you could be confident. It's a difference between being prideful and confident. Because when you're confident just means that you're faithful. You have faith in something, or you have faith in the Lord, and about something. Like we're confident, but sometimes that can misconstrued for pride. But we're not prideful.
There's a saying. There's a thin line between courage. What's the word, man? Thin line between brave. There's a thin line between bravery and stupidity. So people say, all right, I want to go into for example, I want to go into the jungle with my tent and I want to sleep out there overnight. And if there's any bears come, I'll just come out the tent. Like that. Now, I would say that's stupid, right? Now, but you've got people that say, well, no, you got to shout loud. Well, me, I ain't going into no fucking jungle with no tent. Anyway, that's one of the most vulnerable things you can sleep in. But the point is, just to add to what the elders say, that is true. There is a thin line between bravery and stupidity. What they consider their own boundaries, right? Now, I just mentioned that I wouldn't go into the jungle with no damn tent. It's just like, it's too defensive, man. What is it, the three bears?
Goldilocks.
You got Goldilocks, but then you got what's the other one? The Three Little Pigs.
Oh yeah, Big Bad Wolf.
Right, we learned about all that in school. But the house of stone, the straw, the sticks, and the concrete. The wise one built his house he lived in the concrete, in a brick, house made of bricks, not straw and not sticks. But the best, safest place would be to live in a house of concrete. So that would be as far as I'm concerned, that would be not being overly stupid. That would be that wouldn't be being stupid. That thin line between bravery and stupidity. Bravery. That I would say that's within your boundaries. That's the point.
Just to add to your point, because we were talking about how pride can sometimes be misconstrued we were talking about how our confidence can be misconstrued as pride. It's very simple, right? Break it down this way. Most people who are proud lack self-esteem. So they project pride to look as if, like they lack confidence and they have poor self-esteem. So they use pride as a mask.
Right.
But really, if you've got good self-esteem, you don't need pride. Because you'll know that, hey, you know what, man, no matter what happens, I'm not a piece of shit. You know, I don't need to do this to prove that I'm not a piece of shit or whatever. So really the saying is this, that pride is the poor man's substitute for self-esteem.
Beautifully put.
Yeah, because that woman that got beat, the MMA fight, what's her name?
Ronda Rousey.
Ronda Rousey. She had a low self-esteem. They was just trying to put her up. Well, after we saw that she did, but they was trying to level her and say she's as good as Floyd Mayweather. Superwoman. But when she got her ass kicked, she couldn't go down on the ground. But she had Harley Stevens, Holly Holmes that beat her. Yeah, that's another example. I used to relate a lot of these type of things to her. I relate them to MMA because a lot of people get humble, and a lot of people can be also example too. So she lost to that fight because people was blowing smoke, too much smoke up her, and she couldn't really have the self-esteem to say, no, let me stay in my lane. Because if she had a healthy self-esteem, she would have said, no, don't put me in that category.
Yeah.
Let me stay in my lane. That's the point that you're making. Because slowly but surely, I'll work my way up. I ain't no level of Floyd Mayweather.
She said she could beat any man.
She goes and she drinks the juice like a lot of women do. That's the problem. They ain't strong enough to say, no, I can't, I ain't capable to be, I'm not on the level of no man. I ain't better than men. Let me stay in my lane. I'm a woman.
Yeah.
And that's why they drink the juice. That's why they become so vulnerable. You know, and have a low self-esteem.
Because they put themselves in situations they don't have to put themselves in. Because Esau tells them to, there's a sense of equality. You could be just as good as a man.
Ronda Rousey, that was.
And I believe she got her finger like messed up or something like that.
So Ronda Rousey?
Yeah.
She got bust up real bad.
There's a lot of stupid things, you know, because women ain't got they don't read no rational. She goes and does things like what men are supposed to do. She got a little bit of muscle. You know what I mean? That's probably why she mashed up her finger, man. When they go into, going in danger zones.
Yeah.
But anyway, but the men of the Lord, anyway, cut long story short, the men of the Lord, now the Most High put the Spirit upon us to be real men, as we said. We was once there, right? And we're now learning to be real men. The ones that are going to hearken and maybe going to get selected, right? When we, seven women shall elders or whatever, 7 women shall take hold of. We're going to correct them, put them in order, and give them put orders back in the line even now. You got even that Andrew Tate is another understudy. Andrew Tate and the Fresh and Fit podcast. Now, even some of the brothers are saying, some of the things that they're saying are true. You know, women should stay in their lane and let the men do what they do. And that's the spirit of the great millstone elders. The vibration is in the earth. Men are becoming more men, manly.
And you know too as well.
And we're gonna teach the women how to be real feminine women.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, but you know what it is though? To just go to the original reason why women think the way that they think is really because they're under the influence of demons. It's really a demon which has been born into them through the media. Remember the media, that's where you get your demons from.
That's right.
Yeah.
So women for the most part they consume a lot of media. Right? They believe in what they see on TV more than we do.
Yeah.
So those demons that's working on those televisions is gonna come in her mind. And then she's going to live out those demons.
I'd like to interject. I don't know if you guys remember the film series Poltergeist from the 80s. Who was the TV talking to? The little girl.
Exactly. Why the little girl? Because the little girl is vulnerable. So the more vulnerable and the weaker you are, the more you're going to be acceptable to these different diseases, which are the demons which deliver these diseases. Right? Because remember, the women, they're the weaker vessel.
Yeah.
Even though they want to believe that Esau make them to believe that they're just as strong as we are, they're not strong. Because they actually believe in the hype, what's being told to them, than how we believe.
I appreciate it. Genesis chapter 3 and 1 says, now the serpent was more subtle, as you're talking about, than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, ye have God said, ye shall not eat of the tree of the garden. And we know that it goes to say, and the woman said unto the serpent, he may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. Right.
That's what he did.
That's the media. What they media today is that
Yeah,
serpent.
it's the serpent, because we're talking about like the so-called white man. Overall, he's carrying that same spirit that he was back in the garden, Esau. And when you look at the term serpent, somebody look up that word serpent in the Blue Letter. Oh yeah, come, okay.
What chapter?
Yeah, 3, chapter 3,
Chapter 3
and verse. What verse should we?
You can read it up to the top. 1.
Because like these Christians, which they don't understand the scriptures, right? You can understand that. They've been telling that there was an actual serpent in the other garden that was slithering around and that spoke to Adam and Eve. It wasn't an actual serpent slithering around the place. What it was a man that was skilled on deception.
Yeah.
Now, if you look up that word serpent, we're going to look into it. Even the Blue Letter goes into that. Because to be a serpent, you have to be what? Wise. You have to have a particular kind of skill to manipulate someone to do what you want them to do.
Andrew Tate is good at that. All them men that say they're really for it, really, there's an agenda too. Because Andrew Tate, what does he do? He puts women on the what's that thing with what the women them do? Only the OnlyFans. He's got women, so he's a serpent. You know, he's for it, but then again he's using it to his advantage as well.
And you know, to a lot of those guys that's on the podcast, tell them about relationships. And you know, we tell you something about these guys, these relationship guys. These relationship guys, these relationship gurus, they know that the relationship world is done. They already know this, but what they're doing is they're using their platforms to just make money. That's all they're doing. Because even they know the situation is bad. They know it's bad.
The men them they're calling them pastors.
Yeah.
Well, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't care. I'll say it straight. I'm cold. Yeah, I'm cold on it. Fuck this relationship. But that's because maybe I'm at the stage I'm at now, given what I saw, you know, what I've kind of been there and done that, you know. Just reality. But you got men now they're calling passport men because they're going to Brazil and because they want a relationship, you know what I mean? And I don't blame them. And you ain't getting none in no fucking westernized society.
Now, it's
Realistically.
the whole relationship world in the West is not happening, and they already know this already. It's just a way of making money to capitalize. Go on, bro.
Yeah, this is Genesis 1:3, the word serpent, H5, 175, the chas, and it says serpent or snake, image, mythological.
Nah, they going off.
Yeah, they're going off, man.
Because when you look up the word serpent, pretty much it means to be skilled in being wise to deceive. So that's what being a serpent is. So the so-called white man, he was born with that ability to be wise to deceive. All right. I tell you what. Look up the word serpent in the New Testament. Maybe they give it away in the New Testament because I remember looking it up somewhere. Not you, Salaki, brother. It's brother here.
Me, yeah?
Yeah.
New Testament.
Why is the serpent's harmless as well?
Right, so
I don't know.
Can never know the market.
Google has something to say. It's a treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position
Is
of
that the word serpent?
well, Google's not too bad actually. Yeah, it says sly or treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position of trust in order to betray it. I
That's
mean,
what it is.
Christian church, they're full of them in Christian church. Pastors, the women, even the women them that say they want to get married to men and they get married to the men and fuck them up. Don't give them no pussy, none of that shit. That's it's the truth, man.
But where did they learn all of that? Where did they learn that kind of wisdom? They learned it from the official serpent, so-called white man.
Are we not being real now?
Yes, we are.
We could be real. I've been in the Christian church 20 plus years, and it's fucking wickedness going in there. And women getting married, men getting screwed over for the rest of their life, once you put the ring on, and you can't say nothing to Ross. Life done.
I'm still
It's
alive.
like this, though. Hey, Shalom, brother. Y'all about to start It's a beautiful time he came through. If he were on this,
Cheer me up last time.
you're going on, you got it, man.
Yeah, this is from Matthew here. Yeah, so from Matthew 10 and 16, right? The word for serpent there is ophis.
Ah, that's the one.
Ophis, and it says an emblem of cunning and wisdom.
Right, that's the one right there. The image of cunning and wisdom. So the serpent that was within the garden, he was what? Wise and deceived. He was cunning. That's why it tells you in Genesis what? 25 about Esau, how he was what? A cunning hunter. So that cunningly way that he had, that trait carried on through when he came back. That same blessing or the ability that he had at the garden, he carried that same, he was reincarnated with that same thing as Esau. Go on, bro.
This is Psalms 58 verse 3.
And it's the same, it's like it, Caleb, it's the same spirit as the actual animal.
Yeah.
Because Job says, ask the beasts of the fields, and they shall teach thee, ask the birds of the air, and they shall show thee things. So like the spirit of the devil, going to be Esau, he actually adapted to the characteristics of an actual snake, man. He was there watching Eve from day to day, you know, depart from Adam and come closer to him. Because that's what snakes do, man.
Yes.
Snakes, they're very patient animals. They'll wait, they'll watch you, they'll scope you out, see your characteristics, you know, clock your pattern, then they'll strike. So the devil was watching Eve like, yeah, man, this bitch, she ain't really interested in the truth, man. You know, and then he went to her at the right moment.
And struck him.
And struck her, man.
This is Psalms 58 verse 6. We talk about him coming back with that same serpent-like spirit on him. Psalms 58 verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb.
Right.
They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Right, and it mentions that he was estranged from the womb. What does it mean to be estranged? Meaning to be separate at
Pull the
birth.
cameras back. So
So
we can catch
by
up.
birth, they were separate from God.
tell you
What?
as well.
They went forth speaking lies. So that's how you know that the so-called white man, beginning with the JOOs, they represent the serpent. That's why they're using the media to beguile these women. All right, and that's why young girls, for the most part, they really think and believe so much so that they're just a bunch of evil.
Oops, oops,
Like they really believe that they're mini gods.
Yes, sir?
Yes, I can hear.
And
Oh, okay.
they believe that humanity should actually bow down and pretty much like the scripture says, lick the dust of their foot. This is their thinking. Okay? But like I said, it's all having to do with the media. The media got these women gassed up. They feel themselves too much. Alright? And that's just the bottom line. So, I mean, yeah, these women are wicked, but they can't help it because they're the weaker vessel anyway. That's why Eve was what? Eve was in the transgression rather than Adam was. Because the serpent, and plus another thing too, where's the brother? Yeah, you mentioned, right, how the serpent, you know, is a very patient animal. Now, what also does a serpent do? A serpent will attack its prey. That's weak. It's not gonna go to a courageous animal. It's gonna attack an animal that's weak. That's a smart thing to do. So what did he do? He attacked them and struck Eve with that pseudo knowledge. And guess what? She took it hook, line, and sinker. So it's the same thing with these girls out here, man. They listen to what he saw, tell them on TV, or whatever program that they watch, and they believe in that program. Go on, brother.
If I may, you got to be a fucking dumbass to listen to some Cardi B as a robot.
Yeah, but you know, they're the weaker vessel, like I said.
I mean, you're right, they're the weaker vessel, but it shows in their action. Because like Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Little Kims, all these people, right? You're looking at them thinking that, yeah, that's how to live on the earth. But yet, the scriptures talk about in Proverbs the 30, I think it's the 31st chapter, the things that a good woman should attain to. And also Titus, the 2nd chapter, 2 and verse 3. Let the aged women likewise teach the younger women.
And you know also too, sis, I don't mean to cut you, brother, but also we have to be real too. How many mothers are they teaching their daughters anything? They're not teaching them anything. So if the children are not being taught anything on how to conduct themselves, then guess what? The television will. Because you got a lot of parents, they're not doing their job, man. And plus, and like you said, brother, you gotta be a dumbass to actually believe in these people and follow them in their attributes, right? But guess what? A lot of young girls that are not really, you know what I found out too? One brother was bringing it out. They were saying that a woman is not fully mentally developed until she's 25. Wow. So that explains why the young girls and women in general take heed to these false idols and they act as though that's, you know, a proper role model to go by.
That's why the scriptures say, surely the turn of your things is upside down. In this society, they like to say, well, women develop faster than men. So I think that's bullshit. That's feminism. Bullshit, man. Talking about women not learning the right things from their parents. I dealt with a Benjamite bitch, and in my presence, her mother said that she's gonna cheat, she's gonna fuck different guys, but she'll come back to you. That's what her mom said right in front of my face. So these women are lost. That's why I said it earlier, man. Fuck these bitches, they're just gonna die. Apart from the elect ladies, you know, brothers deal with women, you know, you and your household make it, your daughters, whatever the case may be. But the majority of these black women, Hispanic women, Native Americans, they're gonna die, man. The apostles been saying that from last week. Be comfortable and very close with the fact that family members, people you know in the world, and just people in general around you are gonna start dropping dead, especially women, because they're fucked. You got women teaching their daughters to cheat. What the hell do you think is gonna happen when the Lord brings judgment, man? You're gonna die.
It says, Sirach 25 and 9, it says, all wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. And even Elder Apostle Wakar, he's been guiding Elder Apostle Wakar. Well, basically, he says, just can't say it quickly, don't let no one take your crown, no man take your crown, but don't let no woman take no crown, your crown, because that's one of the massive, we know anyway, like we get quite reminded, one big reason why men leave the truth.
The scripture says their hearts is as snares and nets. When a woman asks you a question, just best believe there's another question behind it, which is the real motive. You know, they ask you that first preliminary question as a trap. You think she's just asking you an innocent question, now she's trapped your ass for the real motive, man. These women are wicked, man.
Sirach 25 and 13, it says, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman.
Because these women, I've seen, it's a well-known video, right, of this guy. I think the woman was pissing him off. Maybe she cheated or she just drove him to breaking point. And he literally teared the door down. He broke the walls. Like, he was wrecking the house, man. But he was crying. In the video, the guy was a big, strong-ass man. This big burly dude crying, but fucking the house up because of how the woman drove him to that point, man. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart and the wickedness of that of a woman. The scripture says that many have lost their wits for women, man. You come off your A game, a woman will make you commit suicide.
Hey, but even saying kings have fell.
King,
Kings, imagine.
Well, look at Solomon. Solomon fell off for women, man. Like, you think about like temples and worshipping gods, that's not a one-day process. You gotta have building plans, you gotta have infrastructure, you gotta have material, you've gotta have builders, you've gotta have time frames. Solomon was under a fucking delusion for years because of his wives, man. Like, a woman can make you fall off, bro.
Whip, that pussy whip.
Pussy whip, bro. You don't just, next one day you're fucking her, tomorrow there's a temple. Nah, man, there's maybe 4 or 5 years going into building that fucking temple. Then to worship the gods of these idols. Like, Solomon was fully pussy whipped, man.
You know, too, he was old, too.
He was old, he went off, man, he was old. But the point being, man, you come off your game And like women will fuck you up, man.
Because they got spirits.
They got
working with
spirits on them, man. That's why I was watching the Dallas camp last night, early hours this morning. So
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I was
you
on
on
it.
there,
Yeah, I was on it.
you know. And it's like, bro, man, Apostle Elder Rakar was saying it, man. Like these big Shirley, these fucking black women, like they're dangerous, man.
Yeah, man.
No, they're for real, they're dangerous, man.
you. I believe you, brother.
Like you may laugh at them and no, man, they are second to Esau.
That's right.
Their
These
spirits is good,
Hispanic
man.
bitches, these Native American bitches, especially there's the Southern Kingdom bitches, man. They are second to as I said earlier. If Esau's the gun, the black woman is the extended clip. She's a part of the weapon that will fucking kill you, man.
No, man, she's the bullet.
She's the bullet. Yeah, she's the bullet,
Yeah,
man.
man. She's the one that caused harm,
She's the one who
damage.
Actually,
Yeah, actually tears the heart.
the gun is like the bullet does.
Ah, that's what I'm saying.
And you know it too, she'll even destroy her children in the process. You
Oh,
know how many guys are in jail today because of this woman?
Yeah, man.
Because of the mothers and the women that they used to do. A lot of guys in jail because of this woman. So she'll even put their ass either in jail or 6 feet deep under the ground.
I know a woman. I don't give a fuck. I know a woman that the man, yeah, the Jake guy, he stabbed another guy to death because the other guy must have complimented the woman. Now his ass is doing life in jail. She got with that dude.
They get off. That's right. I know. You're
There's a lot
right.
of those situations.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those situations.
Proverbs 14 verse 1, every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands.
You know what, too, I'm going to say this as well, right? In this society, beginning with the women's liberation movement, that right there was only set up so that these could collect tax, and do away with the nuclear family. Because
You're right.
really, when you think about it, a real family is set up by men. That's always
You're
been
right.
in the ancient world. It's always been in the ancient
You're
world. So what they did was is they said, look, you don't need the man. You could do way better than away from the man. We'll give you provisions and everything, take care of your children and everything. So the whole agenda was is for them to be the new father in the house. The government is the dad, right? To rely on, because with the powers that you wanted also is to what? Have broken homes. So if you have a broken home, it's for the cause of what? So that the people can lean on the government, put their trust in the government, because the more people that trust in the government is the more power is given to their government. So that was the whole agenda, is to break homes. So if there's no father in the house, that house is a broken home. It's a vulnerable home at that. And they was even saying there's what is it called? Like there's a high percentage of single mothers, right, where they have a house, and actually thieves enter in those houses, like what do you call it? Not a thief, but I'm looking for another word. What is it? Huh? Burglars.
Robber? No.
Thief, burglars,
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Right? But anyway, like I'm saying, there's a high percentage that you're gonna get those people or those kind of men that are gonna infiltrate those houses than a house rather than with a man in it. Right? Because the man is the structure to the house. So if you take him out of the equation, then the house is destroyed, it's broken. And then all of these governmental institutions take charge of your child and tells your child what to do. All right, that was the whole plan. And then also to collect tax from the women, get the women to work so that they can make more money. That was the whole scenario. So when they set up these different, these protesters of women to promote this nonsense, it was really to get the poor women to pretty much get influenced by the system. And that's why they got to keep gassing this thing up, this whole equality thing, A, B, and C, constantly, right? It's to perpetuate that same thing, because you need, in order for you to keep your government strong, you have to have what? Broken houses. Let's keep breaking these houses. Let's take the men out the houses. Let's have the women believe they don't need a man, and let's perpetuate these broken homes. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, because if you think about it logically, the feminist movement, it was there to break the house up, and the number one woman, other than the Edomite woman, that followed the Edomite woman's philosophy was the black woman. In their 60s and 70s, when they were doing feminism, even though the nigger woman was treated like crap, yeah, she was at the white women's marches and going yay and this, that. Well, how's that worked out for you, man? How's that worked out for our households? The other day, there was a 82-year-old pensioner, and she was killed in her own house. This man burgled her house for her pension money. But you know why? There was no man in the house.
There's no man in the house. So that's so it just goes back to the point. The thing with this devil Esau, he thrives off of you being broken, vulnerable and broken. This is why the medication and all of the information that they feed you is only set to break you. It's to destroy you, because the more destroyed you are, the more they can easily govern you. This is why they're called the government, which means to control the mind. So the best way to control the population is to break them. All right, and if you can break their family constructs, then the government has the leeway to infiltrate.
Even the banking system, it's a debt-based system. It's based on everyone in the population having minus.
Yes. That's the whole base of the system. The whole base of this world is to have a broken population. That was the whole point, and that's why everybody's out there sick, anemic, miserable, sad. Why is this? This wasn't done by just random. It was all planned out, man. So if you can, brother, somebody get the book of Psalms, where it says, actually no, get Isaiah chapter 10 and 1, where it speaks about the unrighteous decrees, and get Psalms. I think it's what is it? I think it's in 60, something like that, where it says they conspire in secret.
Oh, you mean
they shoot the arrows in secret.
Oh yeah, something.
That's what it was all about. It's to destroy households, man. And now what you have in these modern day relationships, just to keep it real, right? What you have in these modern day relationships, women leading the households. So here it is, the man, he's pushing the ground, and she's basically walking at the head of him. So who's really wearing the pants? Now, when you get in a relationship to a degree, the way Esau set up the system, you have to kind of count out to it, because that's the way it's set up. But it's for a purpose and a reason, to destroy households. Go on, brother. So I don't cut you. So let's just say now you're a father. It's not your brother. Let's just say you're a father and you have a child, and your wife basically leads the household. How is that child going to grow up to become a constructive individual? If the constructive being himself, which is a man, because men were constructive by nature, right? So if you have him besides the woman and she's in front of him, guess what? The child is going to grow up to become like the mother, like it says in the scriptures, that the king, if the king is a certain way, the judges are going to be likened unto the king, right? So whoever is your leader, that's what you're going to become. So if you have an irrational leader that operates based on emotions, guess what? You're going to be destructive. So the so-called JWOs, they don't already suss this out. All right? And that's why you don't have no construction among the poor. Because among the poor are led by women. Irrational.
Just a quick one on what you said about, there's a lot of cases where you see men holding the baby and pushing the pram, like the woman's looking around with the arms by her side. I'm going to say that's impractical for one reason, right? Because really the man's supposed to be the protector. Let's say someone jumps up from behind the car and they've got a knife or a gun, and like, give me money. What's the man going to do if he's holding the baby in the pram? He ain't going to do shit. And what's the woman going to do? She ain't going to stand there and defend her and the husband. So it's impractical. Like, when you think logically about things, it's just an impractical thing. But it's normalized now because men have been effeminized.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know what too? When you feminize men, well, that keeps the society at bay. Because remember, like men for the most part are naturally rebellious. Okay, they're going to be natural rebels in society, right? The main people that used to cause these different uproars, it was all, motivated by men. So if we cast a spell out there, look, you can change your gender, you can do this, you can do that, you want to be, homosexual, you can do that too, and promote this kind of nonsense. That's going to what? Feminize men and dwindle the confidence of men. So when it comes time for that man to take a stand, he won't be able to take a stand because the media's already feminized them. Okay? And it's harder for them to stay in the power seat because they fear that eventually one day some other guy's going to come on, a group of men are going to come in and infiltrate our business. That's what it's all about. Read the scripture. Enough of the talk.
Psalm 64, verse 1. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from the fear of the enemy. hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked,
Yeah.
from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity.
Right. And hide me for the exactly in the insurrection of the workers of iniquity. Because they have secret councils and they do things by purpose. They plan things out and they invoke their plans out to the people. And people are wondering, oh, why am I doing this? Excuse me, let me reiterate what I'm saying. Let me say it differently. People think that the ideas that they have in their mind, they actually believe it's their own idea, when in fact it was an idea that was invoked by them, by the media. It was invoked to them by the media. You know? Go on, brother.
Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity.
And you know what too, let's break this down in a different way. It says to hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked. How are we hid from the secret counsel of the wicked? Because we've taken on what? This troop is now our hiding place. So when the devil throws out his darts out there, we can't get affected by those things. Alright? His pseudo wisdom and his understanding cannot affect us because we're hid by this knowledge and this understanding. Alright? Go on, brother.
Let's give a quick example.
Go on.
The jab.
Yes.
Right? Hey,
Good example.
no brothers in this truth took the jab because the Lord hid us from that witchcraft. All right?
Come.
All right? Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongue like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words.
Right, and they bend their bows to shoot their arrows and even bitter words. So this devil is hell bent to destroy people and to destroy you in the process. Because you being at a certain level of excellency doesn't benefit him at all. What benefits this devil is that you're a broken person. Yeah, that's why they've broken your families up. So that when you're a child growing up in a broken household, you will develop broken what? It's a mannerisms. That's why you got these projects. That's why you got these project rats running around the place. That's why you got these harlots and stuff like that, because they're pretty much victims of a broken house, broken situation. So now when they grow older, they don't know how to think and how to operate. They don't know how to build from scratch on up to support their people. Go on, brother.
Verse 4, that they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not.
Yeah. And who is the perfect? Perfect represents the Israelites. Going back to when it was said that Jacob was a plain man. When you look at that word plain, it means to be perfect. So Jacob was a plain man, a perfect man dwelling in tents. The word is the Mayim. The Hebrew word is the Mayim, which means perfect. So the thing with Esau is, and another thing too as well, Esau's hell bent on keeping our people down for the simple fact of the matter that if he were to return back to this, then it would be a wrap, it would be over. You want something to say, brother?
No, that's right, because when I was in hospital, I was supposed to have an operation like a council. Cracker next to me and the Elamite, we were talking about different topics and stuff. And both of them said, "You're very knowledgeable young man, knowledgeable this, that." But the reason why they said that is because their view of a so-called young black man is a guy, nigga have his pants on his ass, the foot will be of some kind of rapper or whatever. You get what I mean? Yeah, it's true because
Smoking weed.
Yeah, because what Esau's done, he's put the lowest of the low of our people on Front Street. And he's pushed that out. So now, these young rugrats now, all they have to look up to is that.
Yeah.
That's the reason why this knowledge and our true history is truly, what's it called? It's like kryptonite to the devil, man. You know what I mean? It crushes all of that kind of
lies.
Degeneracy. Because in Jeremiah it said that we've degenerated as a people.
Yeah.
But Esau's helped us degenerate. And then he's standing in judgment on us. Yeah, he's looking down on us. But hang on, you're the main wicked force that has crushed us down. That shows you how much of a devil he is, man.
And this is the thing. And you know what too is the reason why they need these project rats is to use them so that they can what? Destroy. Because remember what we was talking about the other day, how Jake has a certain level of power that can influence people naturally, right? So what they've done was they took the lowest among us, like you mentioned, to glorify these guys and to influence other people to be like these Lord degenerates. So now, once you have a group of degenerates roaming around in your society, it's just not good for any society anyway, because a society cannot prosper with a bunch of degenerates. But the thing of it is, for the most part, really I would say the middle of the working class children, they're only going to get affected by that. And that's only to keep them leveled in their position. So if you happen as a broken people, because they're listening to other broken people, then guess what? They're going to stay in that same predicament.
That's right.
So I want you to someone give me the precept where it talks about that it mentions on how they seek to cast him down from his excellency. I know I'm quoting it wrong. If you know what I'm talking about.
Still a little bit more. Alright. Psalm 64, verse 4. That they may shoot in secret at the perfect, suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not.
Go on.
They encourage themselves in an evil matter.
Yep.
They commune of laying snares privily.
They commune and laying snares privily. And your snares are your women, your snares are your trappers, your snares is the trends. Nike, all of this stuff, the witchcraft, the social that they put out in the media, all of that is to ensnare you so that you can be destroyed. Okay? It's like even right now, what they're doing, they're in the process of doing away with religion, pretty much, which all of these religions are false anyway. But like I said, man, it's to get you away from the Most High. Because the closer you get to the Most High, it's like, for example, if you look at us, we're a hill. We've been made whole, okay? Because we've reconnected to the source. So these souls job is to bring you further away from the source so that you can remain destroyed. So that he can rule over you and receive the benefits over you. Alright? Go on, bro. And especially our people. He needs our people down and out. Because if we're down and out, everybody else is going to be down and out. Go on, brother.
They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search.
And they're diligent when it comes to their works of darkness. Like they'll come up with one evil plan after the other, and they're consistent with it. Okay? They tap into the dark world. They get their answers from demons and stuff like that. Right? From the left-hand side, from Satan himself. And they'll put those things into action. And when they put those things into action, it fucks people's lives up. Okay? You want to know why everyone is sick? Everyone has got demons on them. People got all kind of issues, bodily issues, mental issues, you name it. Because we're under this devil, we're under his vibration, which is hell bent on destroying. Okay? But see, the thing of it is with us brothers, yeah, we may be broken, but guess what? Being that we're in your house shower, we're what? Being healed. Okay? Or we are been made whole or healed. Because now we see what's going on. And when you see what's going on outside of this bullshit, guess what? Your mind is your conscious, your mind is clear. And if your mind is clear, then you operate clearly. Okay, go on, brother.
Ezekiel 28:3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel.
Right.
There is no secret that they can hide from thee.
Exactly. Esau knows everything. He knows the right thing to do. And he knows the bad to do. And he's going to do the bad because he was created to simply bring the bad. As it is also written, that the Lord created all things himself, yea, even wicked, before the day of evil. So the wicked is going to be the one to bring the day of evil. Because he is an evil, wicked individual.
Yeah.
All right? Remember, they're the sons of perdition.
Yes.
Go on, bro.
Yeah.
Read something on that.
With thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches,
Right.
and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures.
Come.
But thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches.
Yeah, and that's Esau. Esau got into the power seat. He set up these different businesses and everything like that, off of the backs of us anyway. and he got us so much from it.
And this goes back into the pride we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And thine heart is uplifted.
Right, and their pride, that's when the pride comes in.
Yeah. Because of thy riches.
Because of thy riches. So, and that's another thing too. Esau gets mad rich when you're ignorant. So when you're ignorant to what's really going on, what do you tend to do? You tend to buy things you don't need because they're promoting this new Nike shoe, or the new Jordans that came out, or the new jacket, the new iPhone. So as you're consuming all of these goods, guess what? They're making bank off of you being under the influence of their debauchery, all of their demonic activity, because you're ignorant. You're unconsciously aware. Like one guy was talking, right? You had a guy that was on, I think I was watching him on Twitch. Could have been YouTube or one of the social media outlets. And he said he specializes in being a hypnotist. And the person that you can hypnotize more effectively is someone that's pretty much in a transitive state, someone that's not consciously aware. That's who can be more effective when it comes to being hypnotized, because you're not consciously aware. So, for example, for the most part, most people are not consciously aware of anything. So at this point, they're vulnerable and they're easily misled by what they're told. And that's what Esau wants you to be. He wants you to be in the transitive state so that he can tell you what to do and make him money, put money in his bank account, and also gain power. Go on, brother.
It's like something just came back to my mind. I think it's around 1997. The Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah.
Notorious P.I.G.
Martial arts.
Yeah. He came out with a song called Hypnotize.
Yeah.
A lot of people used to look up to Biggie, see him as a role model, see Pac as a role model, and wanted to live after that lifestyle. They know what they're doing. They put the song was literally called Hypnotize. And the lyrics were, you can't see, sometimes your words just hypnotize me. That's the whole generation it takes, man.
What they say, and I'm just not the flashy ways. So they're looking at the material aspects. That's what they're aspiring to. When they look at these niggas like Jay-Z, it's the money, yeah. For the money they're not thinking about what they did to get to that point.
And meanwhile, and let's not forget, these guys are low trifling Negroes.
Yeah, they're niggas.
They're the lowest of the low, and they immediately use these guys to become your idols. You can't make this shit up, man.
I was talking about that technology. I watched a video on, I think it was Instagram a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and the way when you go to the Apple store, the way let's say you look at a MacBook or whatever, one of them laptops, they position the screen on the desk at 30 degrees, which is an awkward angle for someone that's standing up. So the psychology behind it is that when you go to check out the MacBook, you can't see the screen properly. So you touch it to move it, so it's appropriate for how you're standing and looking at the screen. And they know that the psychology that when you touch something, you build an attachment to it. So they say, alright, cool, if you position the screen in an awkward angle, the consumer will touch it, and then subconsciously, I want to buy it.
They're giving into it. They're giving into it.
Yeah, because they made that attachment by touching the screen.
You're right.
So they get them on that consumerism. And even if you ain't got the money, you're taking out credit loans and shit to buy off laptops.
Yeah. So this, what's it called? Yeah, consumerism. And even with, like Biggie and Tupac, after they killed Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, they said that we need another black messiah. And that was Tupac.
You see?
That's why his last album was him on a cross. So that's another thing that the devil did. And everyone loves that nigga.
Hey, do you know who that's? Edward Bernays. Yeah, man, so Edward Bernays is the guy who did propaganda and narratives, basically get into your mind, so when you look at KFC and McDonald's and all that, they similarly have colours like red. You know what I'm saying? So it's colour codes your brain because they're attached to those.
I look at even smelling is a part of your senses, and they use all fake smell to make it sound smell nicer.
And they've learned from the
Extractor. Yeah, man.
It's like McDonald's. Every time you walk past a McDonald's, especially back in the days.
Oh, back in the day,
that
man.
smell.
Oh,
Yeah, you have
man.
that smell in it.
Stinks now, though, but back in the day, ooh,
It smelled good.
that smelled good. Fish and chip shop. Oh, everything.
Psalm 62 and says they only consult to cast him down from his excellence. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouth,
You see?
but they curse inwardly.
You see? Heavy.
That's the
That's
whole
them,
goal.
man.
That's the devil. There you go. That's the whole goal of the so-called white man. His whole mission is just to cast you down, to keep you down, so that he can stay up. So the reason why Jake is like Jake like to question themselves sometimes, like how come we can't get along with the devil? Why they don't like me because I'm black? It ain't got nothing to do because you're black. What has got something to do with you is you staying at the working class sector, so that pretty much you can be in that lower curriculum and do some good with the economy. Okay, it's a business, man. Like I mentioned earlier before, this whole world is a business.
The business. That's a good word, Elder. Business.
That's how it goes. And I mean, the world has always been a business. Even with the children of Israel, you had your portion of land for the tribes, and this and that and the third. I mean, that's a whole topic for a different moment. But life is based on business anyway. But they see this whole globe as a business.
And another way you could look at this life too is like a slot machine. It's designed for them to win.
Yes.
You can't. They make you win one bit,
Yeah.
but every time you pull
You're
that
gonna
lever,
lose all the
you're
time.
gonna lose all the time. It's designed that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And the reason why they do that is to give you this strong sense of
Ah.
belief that you can win, like the whole idea of democracy.
Yeah.
Democracy is an illusion that you may convoke some winning and win, but it's all bullshit.
It's about, life is about winning. That's what I come
Right.
to. The conclusion, if I drop Father speak tomorrow, you alright? The conclusion I came to so far would be life is about winning, right? When you think about all the so-called sports and life as well, you mentioned about the money, it's a business. No one respects second place, everybody wants to be on top.
You see?
First place. So life is a business. You got a whole heap of money and you're doing well, reasonably well. You can get any women, most women you like, you can namely, most women that you like. I was even there. You understand? Generally speaking, I'm just generally speaking. Even if you're a little bit ghetto rich, so-called ghetto rich, which means you can show someone a nice time, you got a car, you go to most places, you can get women. Right? That's why it's all bullshit, man. I'm just lucky I want to get passionate.
No, talk.
That's why it's pure bullshit. It's bullshit, man. I don't like, the more you think about it, if you're a winner, you get what you want. If you're second place or you're struggling, you're not. Yeah, I mean, people may settle, but they get bored of you quicker, and they move on to the next. Women is about the next best thing, man. So it's bullshit when you put it down to you got to be winning. When you're winning, you get what you want.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Can I ask you something, if you don't mind? What's that name of that man said he works in psychology and everything like that? What's it? Huh? Edward Bernays, right? I think it was about 15, 16 years ago. I was in Manhattan, and they used on psychology, right? Because I went to this gambling place. I can't remember this gambling place, right? And as soon as you get because they work on color, they work on the women, the drinks. As soon as you enter into this place, the casino, right? You have a woman standing there with a tray with free alcohol, right? So when you go in there, it's all well lit, all the colors. When you use on slot machines, it makes beautiful sounds.
Yeah.
So they get rid of the senses, they get rid of the eyes, the drink. They know how to use psychology, and you go up there with X amount of money, and you come up with, huh? Yeah.
They really, like the elder said, they're diligent.
They diligent search. They know. They know.
They spend their time on.
Yeah.
That's why I have all these councils. They have all these councils.
Yeah.
It says that they search out iniquities, they accomplish a
Diligent search.
So they're diligent in.
They know, man. They know.
In wickedness.
Wickedness.
And they have to do it to save their life. Because if they don't continue to be deceivers, then they're going to lose what they got. So they don't have a choice. They really don't, because you got to remember Esau's weak. Jake, what is it? Actually, go into it. Somebody read you can read into it, brother. Genesis 25.
Oh, what, did you get that scripture about the unrighteous decrees? Did you get that one?
No, not yet. We'll get there.
Oh, okay, slack it. I thought you were slack it, brother. I thought you called for it, you know? Slack it, Elder.
Go get a new phone. He ain't got that. Oh, no.
That's an old drink right there.
Yeah, it's old, bro.
If you want, brother, use mine.
Yeah. Sorry.
But I mean, it's still of good use. You can just read the certain parts. No, yeah, read it from the start.
From the start, yeah?
Not from the start.
21, Isaac and Tree. Right?
Go to 23.
23, yeah? Genesis 25, verse 23. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
Yep.
And one people shall be stronger than the other people.
Here you go. So one people shall be stronger than the other people. So Esau is weak. And I mean, like, just because you're weak, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't win. You may be weak. Like, for example, we're weak. And we're going to win through this knowledge and this understanding. We're going to get the victory. But what I mean by weak, I'm talking about inwardly. You know, Esau is a weak, pathetic bastard, is what he is. That's why he gave up his the birthright from some red-hearted Jew. So a guy like that, because he's weak, what is he going to do? He's going to cheat to win. Because in order for you to win with that kind of heart that he got, you got to figure, wait, how else am I going to win? And what he figured out, which really he had the attribute already within him anyway, going all the way back to the serpent, is to deceive. He had the wisdom to deceive. That's how he's winning. But he can't win straight up. He can't do that.
But you can't win like that forever. There comes a point where people suss out your wickedness and they snuff it out. And that's the time we're in. The time we're in is that all the things that he's doing is not really working anymore.
You know, they got this whole thing in America right now with they're trying to, the Democrats and the Republicans are now joining forces to try and ban TikTok. Why? Because on TikTok, everyone is shitting on it. They're exposing all of this shit. You're like, you know, if you go on YouTube, there's only so much they're going to let you say. That's what you have.
Yeah, I mentioned it.
So you have the other platforms where you can say stuff on TikTok. You still can't say stuff. So he's sort of trying to shut them down because they're hearing everything. You're hearing everything that they're pushing. They're trying to do that. They're basically they're using the prophecy, like CBC and that stuff. All this stuff is coming. So they're now about that now to try and shut them down.
Because their power, is in their lives. That's the only thing that they got to uphold themselves. That's why when you read the blessing of Esau, if you can, brother, about Bashar, you can get 27, Genesis 27. His father Isaac blessed him with the sword, and he said, "By thy sword thou shalt live." So it doesn't necessarily mean that he has the ability to destroy by his weapons of war, but he also has the ability to deceive you, to destroy you. Okay, because lying to a person can destroy a person too. That's right. 27 verse.
Genesis 27. Genesis 27 verse 4. And by thy sword thou shalt live,
Check on your
and
phone.
shalt
it's working.
serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass, thou shalt have dominion, that thou shalt break the yoke from off his neck.
Which that right there is talking about a different time period.
Yeah.
David orders against David's work. But the point is that he will live by the sword.
How many years does it take it to charge up? How many years?
6 hours. That includes his lives.
Is it? Slow, it's a slow
So
trickle charge.
even now,
It lasts long.
he also what the street happened. He showed what this is. What is it? And then that perpetual soul came into the sons of God, and it still lies from us to the first day. So lies can also destroy man. That's why the
That's one of the things that that's one of the things that is it Proverbs, isn't it? The Lord says 6 things I hate, 7 a proud look, a lying tongue. That's why, you know, one of the first things God called the truth. You know those little lies that you used to tell people? Don't do that anymore, man. Man, once you start fearing the Lord, you put those lies to bed, man. You know? And especially don't be lying. If you walked up, you shoot straight, man. You tell your brother, listen, I did this, I did that. Don't start lying, man. Those little lies. There's no such thing as that. The Lord-
White lies.
yeah, so-called white lies. And white is supposed to be purity. That's another lie that the devil's made.
Yeah.
He's calling himself white when he's red, man. You should have seen some of the nurses that were looking after him. Some of them were red,
Red
like,
Laurence.
you know, like beetroot red. You know? Like, no.
Red as a straw.
Yeah, red as a straw, just like, no. You know, like getting old, and some of them were younger than me, man. I'm looking at them like, all you jakes that are laying down with the Edomite woman, alright? When they're in their young ages, you may have some fun with them, but when they're getting older, man, you're gonna go for some younger jailbreaker.
Yeah.
Because that Edomite genes are weak.
They age like stale milk and pure.
Yeah, correct.
They do look good young, but when they get older,
Yeah, they
you
get
see them
old.
on the bus, they're wicked as hell, man. It's like I'm cutting in, but the scriptures actually talk about that. The wickedness of a person that changes their countenance. So that's why when these Edomites get old, like look at like, what was that Prince Philip and shit? So when they get old, like you see them like
That demon. When it talks about God's strength, they actually start to look like them.
Yeah, they look.
The skin becomes transparent.
Yeah, because
They
even
got them a little bit some close and get into
Apostle Paul was saying that James, even though a lot of us are back off, we're angels in body in flesh. James, you know the seed of James. We don't matter what colour, we know about all that. Right? But we're angels in the flesh. But these, they're demons in the flesh.
Yes.
That's what they actually are. So when you say about when the countenance shows when they get older, you see that you start to actually see what they really look like, the demons.
Yeah, because the time we're in now is about, it's really about, like you've gone, the Lord's put you out of darkness, He's put you into light. Now you're coming into the period where you've gone through tribulation and stuff, and the Lord's brought you through those tribulations. But now we're coming into like you know when you look at these World War I and World War II documentaries, and you see soldiers talking about World War II and what they went through, and they start crying. We're gonna go for a time that is worse than that, man.
Oh yeah.
Time coming is we get Jeremiah 37. The time coming is called Jacob's trouble for a reason, man. It's called Jacob's trouble for a reason, man. But this devil and his cohorts, the Chinese and all that, they know who every Israelite is in every country, man. I had a Somalian nurse, right? And she was nice and that, and I was talking to her, and I said, the Bantu in Somalia, because Bantu is like Hebrew, right? I said, the Bantu people in Somalia, are they treated good? And she said, I'll be honest, they're not treated good. I said, those are my people. And I said, what is the main stigma against them? Oh, because they're very darker, this, that, and the other. And I said, there you go. And at least she was honest about it. But those Bantus are who? They're Israelites, man. Alright? So that's why it's called United Nations.
United against Israel.
Yeah, they united against us, man. We are the big prize, man. Let's get this first one. It's alright. It's alright. That's the time that we're in, man. We're in that I keep meditating on that, man. I keep meditating. I keep saying to the Lord, I say, if you take my mum before Jacob's trouble, I'll be happy. I'm telling you, that's how real it's time to get. But the time we're in now, I'm glad that I'm totally separate from it. And really, I've always been totally separate from the Edomites. You even though when I was like 17, 18, I used to go out there with women. Yeah, the mark of the beast is not sleeping with Edomite women, right?
That's a good one,
Alright.
Caleb.
We have to make that firm, right? Alright, the mark of the beast is the microchip. Yeah, and this guy, this devil Elon Musk, is promoting it through neurology
Yeah.
as well. So that goes into the scripture where it says your right hand on your forehead.
That's right, yeah.
Alright, you know?
That's another part of this seducing ways because they'll have you believe Elon Musk is on your side.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
buy Twitter and now you can have free speech. It's for the people, isn't it?
It's not for the people, man. And he bought Twitter because Twitter has so many followers, and when you register, you have to put your details in there. So now he's got data collection of people. He's serving his master Satan, man.
Proverbs 12 and 26 is that the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
And when we are the righteous, because in our instincts, there's certain things that we just don't do that the Edomite would do, man. You know, there's certain things in us, man. For example, we like to cook our food properly.
Exactly, yeah.
And
True.
they like their food raw or even jumping on a plate, man.
Yeah.
You know? No, it's true, man.
And
Yeah.
frogs. And frogs eggs.
Yeah. Yeah, like over there in like Mexico, Issachar, he's eating insects and stuff like that, which is very protein and nutritious. But this devil's eating frog legs and things that are wiggling it in your mouth and stuff like that, man. Things that are basically unlawful, man.
Some insects you can eat like locusts,
Yeah,
but you can't eat like worms and slugs and snails.
yeah, that's it. Alright, so the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. So that means that we are much better than all these races. Remember, the Edomites are the lowest race on the planet Earth. They're the lowest, man. So that's you. That's like the Chinese is here.
Yeah.
The Ammonites are a little bit up here. But the Edomites are here, man. They're dirt. They're the lowest of the low, man.
Basement.
And you are bowing down on one knee, asking an Edomite woman or an Edomite man to marry you, man. That shows you that you guys are gone, man. Alright? See?
It says, but the way of the wicked seduceth.
Yeah, like pornography, man. Like you black women in pornography, man. Doing what the Edomite woman does, man. Licking out another woman, doing this, doing that. You know? Wearing revealing clothes. And I've realized that whatever these devils do, our women especially follow. Because they are the weaker vessels. They're easily led. And you know why? Because the so-called black man is out of his mind at the moment. He's living in hell, and this devil is oppressing him, or he's in prison or whatever. So this black woman is just running wild. So when you actually find a decent Israelite woman, a treasure that, I'm not saying treasure that woman, but hold on to that woman. That's rare, man.
According to, I was just going to say,
That's the spirit. I know what you're going to say. If you find a wife,
Ecclesiastes says they are snares and nets, but
Oh, okay.
there's not one among a thousand.
okay.
So
yeah, yeah.
just adding to what you're saying.
That's what you're saying as well.
I read it, it says, that's like,
Call it, really.
Just a quick one I want to say, if I may, right?
Yeah.
Just to correct your point, we said Israelite man is out of his mind right now, so the black woman's doing what she wants.
Yeah.
Really, the black woman threw the Israelite man under the bus. That's why he's out of his mind.
That's true.
She put him in the condition. She helped form the affliction.
Helped
man.
it, yeah.
What's that? Micah 7 and 10. She that is my enemy. My eyes shall behold him. The nigger woman has become the enemy, as we said, second place to Esau now.
That's
so that's
true,
part of
yeah.
the reason why we're kind of out of our minds at the moment.
Well, and even if we're not out of our minds, they're listening to us anyway.
There you go.
The undermining, really, both right, we're all right.
And she's
Yeah.
she's living her best life.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
doing what she wants to do, and she ain't sparing the thought for what about my man?
Yeah.
What about my children? What about my nation?
Yeah.
She's just thinking about her. So it's like, as the scripture says, it was iniquity she went round, and the Israelite woman is falling out of love with her man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why she's going all wild.
And she's fallen out of love with her man. she's fallen out of love with her nation.
Exactly.
That's
That's
why.
heavy.
That's why when you go into hospital, some of the worst nurses are the black nurses. Man. They're cold, man. I'm telling you, cold-hearted. These other Kushite women and all that, they're better nurses than some of our women. You know?
Esau's in the power scene, right? So they look at Esau. That is their model of masculinity. He's got other people that's down at the bottom.
Yeah, he passed down at the bottom.
So, women now, they call it swirlers. So they're basically, when they're dealing with and really for them, it's that credit, that Edomite credit, that Edomite say, because they know that Esau's in the power, it's easy for them. You know, they get the good credit, they get the good jobs, they get the money, so that's what it shows you that even the really about anything. It's just, who's the one of it? What is the material? Again, material.
She's trying to find out the curses by touching yourself.
Yeah, that's it. But she's not thinking. She's thinking of herself. Like when we went to Cambridge recently, there was an Israelite woman on Cracker, and when she was Edomite man, and when she saw us and she was rolling by us, she had seen her face. She was trying to hide herself. Yeah, trying to hide herself and all that. You know why? Because she knew in her spirit that she did something wrong. That's why. Alright? So the ways of the wicked are seducing our people. And therefore, if you don't come out of that in a time period, when that Jacob's trouble hits, it's going to be some real judgment.
Patient and deal with it. You can do that.
We can stand here all day and say this, and that. And you start saying other words. Ecclesiastes 7 and 26. It says, and I find more bitter than death, a woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands. Whoso pleases Yahweh shall escape from it, but the sinner shall be taken by him.
And we've seen that in this category. Yeah, but we've seen a good example of that, man. How a wicked woman took away a wicked piece of crap, man. And good riddance, man. You don't fuck that side.
Verse 27 it says, behold, this I have found, saith the preacher, counting one by one to find out the account, which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not. One man among 1,000 have I found, but a woman among all those have I not found.
There you go. So there's no such thing as queens and divas now. And the word diva means what? Goddess, I think it is. And these women are not to be worshipped, man.
And so like, there's a narrative now when it's talking about how we all come from. That's the new thing now. Oh, isn't it? I saw this guy that was talking about how respecting that's how they fix basic biology. Yeah. Come from the sea, man. It's like the sea, man. She's the any they're the contributors of anything.
They get that in scripture. Numbers 1:18. Yeah, because
Just a quick point on what Amon said. If that's the case, what ark did he?
yeah.
When the Most High said to destroy the earth by the flood, which woman did he come and speak to? He was sent to prophesy for 120 years.
Yeah.
Stop talking slaughter, I get angry. People need to stop talking that shit, come back to the reality, man. The Most High is voice to the sons of men. The Most High has always dealt with men. Women aren't that important, man. For example, what was Joseph? When Joseph was in Potiphar's house, right, when Potiphar's wife was trying to seduce him, Joseph fell for him. What was Potiphar's wife's name? When Lot was fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah, right? His wife looked back, right? What was Lot's wife's name? See, I'm trying to make the point. Women ain't that important. See, there's certain women who've done righteous things, right? And their names were recorded in the scriptures. But most women, if
ain't that important, man.
Have a lot of
James ain't yeah, it's just Lot's wife, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. One woman means serve the man, but this devil has turned everything upside down. Man. He's basically God, and he's flipped everything upside down. That's why Al-Shad's coming to turn everything the right way.
Yeah, Numbers 1 and 18.
Yeah.
It says, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names. From 20 years old and upward by the
There you go. So that's a man's sperm that is representative of your race, man, your nationality. So no such thing as mixed race, all that stuff. You know, and the society perpetuates that. And that causes nothing but confusion. But with the Lord is in us.
Etymology, the word father means origin. So the man is the of origin, carries the seed. When he impregnates the woman, she brings forth the child. Really, the child belongs to the father.
The child belongs to the father.
And the woman, the wife also belongs to the
Yeah, that's right.
husband.
That's right.
That's right. And the daughter belongs to her father until she's married to her husband.
This is a quick one. 2 Corinthians 11 and 22 it says, are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they the seed of Abraham? So am I. So it's talking about the seed. It doesn't have to speak about the wounds of the Israelites. It's talking about the seed.
Yeah, the seeds.
So much genealogy in the scriptures that it talks about the farmers going all the way to Genesis.
And that's why this, if you don't accept this truth now, don't worry, when Jacob trouble comes, alright, you women, you're gonna accept it. Because you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna start running behind man and say, come help me, protect me. You know? You're gonna want a man to protect you in that time, man. You know? But now they look at us like dirt, man. What's that?
On the point when we're talking about this shows that sometimes the ancient men or the ancient kingdoms are wiser than this current kingdom right now, right? Yeah. Exodus 1, and it says from verse 15, and the king of Egypt spake unto the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other was Puah. And he said, when you do the office of the midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. So why did they want to slay all the sons of the Israelites? Because they knew that the seed came from the fathers.
That's it.
The Israelite woman could marry an Egyptian man, but she bring back Egyptian children. See, they understood this back then, and they wanted to stop us from multiplying, slay the sons.
That's it.
It's not even that difficult. It's simple problems, but
Quality is changing.
yeah, that's right. It's like feminism. Qualities now have to say that it's, you know, both parents are, you know, the woman, the DNA and all this stuff. We the ones that carry, they talk about carrying babies from our mothers. We're always carrying. It's always carrying.
Yeah, that's it.
And we can just, and we can, and that is we can bring about our peace from any of these ones.
Yeah. We bring them with like there's that black girl that's in China that was on Pop Idol. Her father was, you saw that video, didn't it? Her father was African American, man. And they were giving her hell, man. They were calling her chocolate flower. Yeah, they were calling her chocolate flower. They made websites making that she's a gorilla, just so that she can't get to the final, and she got knocked out, man. You know. But if you look at her and look at her features, she's an Israelite woman, and her genealogy is through the man. Nothing to do with the woman. The woman's just like an incubator, where your seed goes in, right, to the ground, and it cultivates it, and then out comes the child. You know? But because this devil is a homosexual, he's anti-life. He's propagated that we should worship women. You know? Like this place that we're standing behind now, you know that guy, what's his name? Paul O'Grady? Yeah, the man that plays transvestite, a man called Lily Savage or whatever, he died the other day.
In the nest, that's
Yeah, and they announced it in Parliament, saying that he's a national treasure.
What?
And by the way, he used to play in that tavern over there.
Oh yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Paul O'Brady.
Yeah, oh, he said flowers outside the door. Hey, let's praise the Lord for killing that crap, man. No?
Listen, I'm going to say this to the side.
That's what I know.
Yeah.
I've never said this. Before this place is what it is now, they used to have strippers. And I know because I've been in it once.
I remember that. Oh, you said.
I remember it.
Yeah, you know. I remember that time.
Someone took me there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they took me there. You didn't know what it just seems like. You know what I mean? Yeah, you said this. And they had people in there, and they you know, saying, it shows them how they contrast with that. And they've taken that away. Not saying that's just righteousness, and they've taken that to be name.
Yeah, you got that there.
And that's what you see in the day.
Yeah, that's what you see now. It's all there to corrupt the mind, man. You know? It's all there to corrupt, what's it called? It's all basically it's the population. It's the agenda of the Antichrist, and anti means against, and Christ means what? Anointed. So everything they're doing really is against Yahweh Shai. And it's truth, man. But they ain't gonna be able to succeed. They're only gonna take the ones that the Lord doesn't want. Did someone get that Jacob trouble? Because it's called Jacob trouble for a reason. And the spirit, brother over there, was talking about women earlier on. I'm telling you, man, you women that are watching and the ones who are taking it seriously, may the Lord be with you and Yahweh Shai be with you. The ones of you that are not, I'm telling you, you're going to lose your mind.
Right.
In Nigeria, when they stopped all the cash, when they said you couldn't take out money, there was an Israelite woman on the floor, on her back, banging her head on the concrete. Huh? Because she could, no, it's not funny. I know, she was bugged out because she couldn't get the little money she had out of her bank account. Because remember, Nigeria is just a satellite of Britain. The white man runs Nigeria, man. All right? You Israelites over there in West Africa. You know what I say? That's what bug out. Yeah, because how is behaving like something that's going to change the situation? Yeah, I know.
The money has.
That's the whole money has.
It's fair when they have it. Yeah. And that's what's going to happen. That's how he's going to trick the masses into taking this way. Taking this thing.
I'm going to follow right behind and sit down.
You see, cash is going to start throwing around once again.
We can't film them again. We can't film them.
All right, and then we're going to get those are the next prophecies before Yahweh comes back. That's it, man. So we're right. Like you know when it was on the marathon, you know, we're right near the finish line. Yeah, in prophecy, we're right near the finish line. That's why I said to myself, hang on, it's the third time this operation has been cancelled. I never really, I took it, but I didn't really despair of it. Because I know that the Lord maybe he didn't give me that confidence in me. He said he was a Christian, he said, I hear my mind in it.
Shall I bring this out, yeah? Jeremiah 30, I start at verse 6. Ask me now and see whether the man doth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail?
See, so when a woman is giving birth, she's like, ah! That's how that Nigerian woman was. She was banging her head on the concrete like this. She couldn't get no money out of her. But you know the reason why she was doing that? Because her life is hard enough. She's only got a little bit of money in her account, and that wicked government said you can't take it out.
Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces of sail turned into paleness. Alas, for the day is great, so that there is none like it.
None like it.
It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. He shall be saved out of.
Well, he shall be saved out. So Jacob's trouble. He didn't say Edomite's trouble. He didn't say Moab's trouble. He said Jacob's trouble. And you know what? The weird thing about it is we've been in areas like we've been in King's Cross, all these J areas, and they don't even want to listen to us. That shows you that they're marked for death. That's the reason why the Lord took us to Brixton. And I'm glad that we don't. I drove through Brixton today. I'm glad that we don't teach in Brixton. Nothing changed. Yeah, nothing. I hate Brixton, man. Hey, death to Brixton, man. You know, Brixton has been colonized by your oppressor anyway. Man. That's his area, man. He's gentrified your area. You know, he's gentrified your area.
And it shows you, it just shows you that you don't own shit out.
Yeah, we don't own
Because wherever you are, he was coming here, they could build up his shops, build his high-rise apartments that he can't afford.
No affordable housing. They had on a debate the other day about affordable housing. And they're talking about, all these areas need affordable housing. But the houses they're building is mainly for the Edomites. And middle class Edomites as well, man. So that day of Jacob's trouble, all right, is around the corner, man. That's how you get right? That's how you take it. Now you start because I'm going to prove to you that the pandemic we had and all the things that have been going on is prophecy in this Bible.
Matthew 24:7, it says, "For nation shall rise against nation."
So nation shall rise against nation. That's one nation against another nation. That's true space right? All right? But there's 18 nations in the Bible. So that's to come, man. And that's why we have all this asylum seeker madness that's going on. You know, they're saying that they're going to put them on boats or ships or... Yeah. And the main problem, the main people that have got a problem with people coming to this country are the Edomites. The wickedest nation to ever... and they've gone around every other nation and never had any immigration papers.
Yeah, this we've got a whole bunch of Edomites now running this country.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are imposing these people, trying to bring in these people.
Yeah.
And now you can't confuse this or
Racism. I said that the other
Edomites. So that's why it's going to
is in church. And the Home Secretary now is what? An Elamite woman, who is an Indian woman from Uganda, and Priti Patel was from Uganda as well, right? And they were saying that we need to stop the boats, you know? But they did that, so they can't say that, oh, this is a racist policy. So we know the truth.
It says that, I'll start from the top. Matthew 24:7, it says, "For nation shall rise against nation,
That's race riots, that's coming.
and kingdom against kingdom."
Hey, kingdom against Ukraine's a kingdom, and Russia's a kingdom. They're going at
And there shall be famines and pestilences.
Hey, is there not food banks everywhere? Is there not, because of the Ukraine war, a grain shortage? And even Putin said in his latest address, he did an African conference, and he said, by the way, when we did the deal, only 2% of the grain went to Africa, which is exactly right. He said the rest of it went to Europe. That shows you how wicked this devil is.
And pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places.
Hey, now we had an earthquake over there in Turkey, right? We had that, and by the way, that earthquake was beautiful. Because the other day they killed an Israelite woman in Turkey. They harassed this girl, went to school, and they killed her, man, based upon her race. Church, man. All right? But before that, he said something. He said pestilence. And pestilence is what? Pandemics, man. So we had the coronavirus, right? So all these things are happening, and people are just thinking, oh, this is just normal. But it's God doing it, man. The Heavenly Father and His Son doing this, man. All right?
Verse 8, all these are the beginning of sorrows.
All these are the beginning of sorrows. So these are the beginning of sorrows. So there's more sorrows to come, man.
Yeah, man.
And the next one is called Jacob's trouble. You know? And then you have Jacob, whether it be Jake women or Jake men, just walking by us, looking at us like, what are these niggas talking about? You know? That's how we know that there's going to be like black, you know, like in the Middle Ages, we had that pandemic called the Black Death. Hey, the Black Death is going to be times 2,000, man. There's going to be black bodies everywhere around England, man. and it's going to be you Jakes, but the ones of you that are listening to this, taking this seriously, the Lord is going to have a protective hedge around you, man.
It's not about us, man.
All right? The Lord is not like a human being where, you know, like you can help someone all their life and then you just forget about the good that they've done. You know what I mean? The Lord is not like that. And if you think about it, we've been wretched all our lives, but the Lord has brought us here, man. There's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's a brother there, there's a brother there, brother there, brother there, brother there, man. Alright, so the Lord ain't forgotten about anyone. You know? So this is a privileged truth to be in, man. So you want to invest time in this, man. Alright? You want to take this deadly seriously, man. These Edomites and these other races don't know what's coming. So we have an advantage. We know what's coming. Alright?
But even some of their leaders do know what's coming, but they can't. This ain't for them.
Yeah, this is
They can know as much as they like.
Yeah.
They're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, that's it, man. They're going to get destroyed, man. But they said all these are the beginning of sorrows, man. Now, what I wanted to ask you, man, that's with Mark's right? Mark and abuse. Alright? So we got more hell coming.
And that happens to me too.
Alright, for Jake. Then we got what's it called? After that hell, when all chaos is in the street, they're gonna introduce what this. Yeah, the way they punish it.
Lord willing, brother.
Let me just repeat just quickly what our elder, one of his recent live streams, he said, Elder Tar, luckily I missed out the word. I missed that word. I missed that word. But so that's Elder Apostle Tahar said in one of his latest streams that it looks like we're not going to be coming out of this kingdom at this year, because this was the year of the hopeful year of all this will come to pass. But it looks like it may not be this year from what he said. Yeah. If I missed any word that but I best said, but now he said maybe we may be out of it at the beginning of next year, in the first month of next year, maybe. But he said, but nobody knows because nobody knows the day and the hour, not even your whole shot. Yeah. But you know, he likes to give us a little gauge sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what.
Yeah, because look at the banking. How many banks have gone down? Silicon Valley Bank, Credit Suisse has gone down, and another bank has gone down. And when the banks start going down, that's when they're going to introduce that chip.
And you're going to get a lot of people that are going to remove themselves from using the dollar when it comes to the so once the dollar starts to get close, they're going to try and fix that. And then, things are going to be, it's going to go into the shop and try and get a local credit line. £30 and make a shift on that.
Yeah.
And then after that, the only option they have is to create a new currency.
That's it. I'm not going to lie to you.
The dollar's fucked. What it's fit to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. We're going to have famous competition.
Oh yeah.
Big time.
You're right. I agree with you.
We've all been through a lot of stuff in our lives.
already.
Since we was talking.
Already.
That's one of the first questions I asked you when I used to come by the camp, stand up, and I said to you,
Yeah.
Jacob's trouble. And I remember what you said. I said, no, man. I said, I've been through a lot of this, but we're going to have to go through Jacob's trouble.
We're going to have to go
I
through
want you to at least tell me that. No, not you. That's what we need. You already been through a lot. But the reality is the reality, man.
that was when we was in Tottenham, innit?
But I'm still hoping.
Revelation 12 and 12. Therefore rejoice in heaven. Intentional in there.
Great, yeah.
Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the devil is sunk down unto you, having great wrath, because he knows that he hath no short time.
Yeah, so if we're the saints and he's the devil, he's definitely going to concentrate all his manpower against us. Of course he is. He's going to, just like when they had the Boston Marathon and they went to that Watertown, is it, Massachusetts? They had tanks out there, they removed people from their houses, this, that, and the other. That was a drill, man.
Yeah.
But we know that they're mainly going to concentrate on Jake areas.
Yeah, because I remember it said, remember a video of Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, the white guy.
And he was, he showed a video of them doing a drill, like we just said, like some barn area, like in the outskirts, in the sticks. And it was all Jakes, they were chasing down Jakes. It was just Jakes.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about.
You had all these military guys with the AR-15s, and they're just chasing down Jakes, and they were active, by the way. So it's active.
Yeah.
Jakes, so it's like, let's get into the mind of these guys.
They had a place called Guardian Centers where they had mock towns. And it was a mock town. And he goes, it shows the military rounded people up, and every one of them was black. And now that's newsworthy right there. But you can see what he was saying, he had a little smirk on his face. Because he's an Edomite himself, man. And he knows who we are. He knows that we're children of Israel. You know? Yeah, so boy, man, our faith is going to be tested, man. It was set up.
You got to understand, like
You were set up to serve the purpose to be the counter narrative.
Yeah.
To the main narrative.
Yeah.
If you notice, they silenced them, they shut them down in Afghanistan. When did they do that? Around 1790.
Yeah. Say this is, I remember Bosses are saying, Bosses believe that I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just saying if that's what they believe. So that's what's out there right now. That's what they're talking.
If he is, let the Lord decide. But the fact is, because if he's in a, what do you call it, controlled position. You know what I'm saying? So my point being is that if you notice, when the C-190, they shut down the
Yeah, they closed it down.
back sense, you know why? Because they don't need it anymore. Because now they don't need that counter narrative to get people thinking, oh, well, what about this? Now they're pushing their agenda and stuff. If you're not with us, we're going to shut the platform down. Like, we can't even send it down worse. Otherwise, it's hands to us, it's our video.
Yeah, they said
So my point is that the devil's riding out. So all them kind of guys like David, like I was saying, these conspiracy guys.
Anthony Hilda. Yeah, I think he's dead now, isn't
He
he?
died a while back. He was like one of the old school.
Yeah, one of the old school. And he said it. He went to what's that called? Nation Islam. I think it was Nation Islam. And he said that the government's got plans to round black people up. So he said that in 1998, man. And by the way, Anthony Hilda is a cracker. He's also a black woman, man. And nice looking black woman as well, man. Usually is.
And you know what, brother? All the time, when you see a man dealing with a black woman, so called, it doesn't mean that he likes white black people, you know.
No, of course.
It don't mean that.
It just means that they get on.
Let us get on. That's all.
Sometimes it's just like what they call them. When women are like, it's basically called life. This is the white man kingdom. Yeah. Bedwenchers. That's the word. Bedwenchers. So they don't necessarily like each other.
No, they don't. I'm telling you.
I know
A business, as brother
woman
said.
that had a she had a white husband.
Yeah.
She
Get
died
out there, don't you work with
about a year
fantasy
ago.
as well.
And her husband was a white man. And you know, he used to go to all the civil cell meetings, this, that, and the other. I know he don't like us, man. You know what I mean? And he's definitely Edomite. He didn't even go to school, you know. But her life, she went on holidays, this, that.
Yeah.
She had her in a wheelchair when she was in a wheelchair pushing that. Hey, so she had her life, man. Okay? So all that confidence coming to an end, man. Have you got the mark of the beast?
Revelation 13, starting from verse 16 on down.
Yeah.
And he calls it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads.
And that mark is in the Greek is Quran, which means incision. Alright? And you see on those videos where they're doing the chick, they do it right here, isn't it? Yeah, between the thumb and the hand. Alright? So no one might not rely on themselves except they have the mark. So you crash the system. And listen, a lot of them are the wise people, they're nervous about this. Because it's a totally different new thing. Yeah, it's a new paradigm. Some of them, because in 2008, when they had the banking crisis, many bankers committed suicide because they thought it was happening to them. You know? So we're talking about a time never seen before.
And also, they don't know the response. You know, we know that other people are going to go for it according to the scriptures, but they don't really know that.
Yeah.
So it's like you said, it's a risk for them. They're doing it anyway, but they don't know how people are going to react to it. Really.
Yeah, they don't
You're
know.
pushing people into a corner.
Yeah.
So they can mass riots and all sorts of stuff. Which is probably, they've where they're going to see some of that.
And remember now, with the advent on the internet, everyone knows about the Rothschilds and all them people, man. You know? So their security is going to be sky high, man. When all that comes up. So those are the last prophecies left, but the ultimate prophecy, how Shai comes back in the clouds, man. Revelation 1 I think it's 13 or 46. See the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power, great glory. Because believe me, that Yahushua coming back is going to be like, wow. You know, it's going to be something that raises us forward. Yeah. So there was a video, on YouTube where in America they had a farm, Edomite farmer, and his farm was infested with chariots, and they were all the same chariots. They were like, they looked like pyramids, and they were like, and he was filming it. He's like, I can't believe this, But the Lord has instilled and given us a secret to know what they are, so we don't have to fear that.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah,
So the Lord is preparing us for these tribulation times. And these are tribulation times, but sometimes it's great times. Because degeneracy is going to be gone. You ain't going to see our people going on the street being degenerates no more. They're going to be put to death, man. They're going to be zapped, man. Alright? Lord willing, Esau's army is going to slay the wicked ones of our people. And they need to go, man. Alright? That's why you need to be get it in your mind that your family is going to die. Alright? It's not going to be easy because we're all human, so we all have feelings and stuff like that. I'm telling you, man, many of our family members are going to be slain. Alright? That's your life.
Revelation 13 and 16 says that he calls it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark, and the name of the beast, and the number of his name.
Yeah, so that's why when you see a homeless man sparing for some money or doing that, you shouldn't mock that, because that's how we're going to be in that time. We're going to be low and disrespectful. The Lord is going to provide, but you shouldn't look down on them. Last week, we had a guy a bit drunk who came up to the camp.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was quoting Bible scriptures. I think he left early, but he was quoting Bible scriptures, and he was cool. And we greeted him, and on his way, that could be a Jake.
Yeah, how do you say that? Because I was on the bus.
You shouldn't look down at those people, because at the end of the day, if we don't cooperate with the devil's system, that's how we're going to be in the time. And you might get drunk in that time to get the Holy Spirit.
When I was on the bus, I went to camp, this guy was outside the supermarket. He's asking, this old Edomite will come out with 200 people. And he asked him, you should have seen the way she sneered, turned her head like she didn't see it. It's like, that's gonna be you, bitch.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Hey, if he grabbed her or something, then you can, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you should look down on them homeless people, because at the end of the day, we're not part of this devil system. We're all going to be destitute like that, man.
It's like the homeless people. We catch you how like they catch you.
That's it, man. That's it, man. Alright, you gotta have compassion on those people. You know what I mean? You don't look down on them. Remember we had that guy last week? He came up with drunk, my guy. Yeah, man. You can't do that. In that time, we're gonna be like that. Because we're not gonna comply with this devil system.
Cold face. Stone face.
No, I was confused. 1 and 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, even though they which also pierced him, and all the kindreds of the Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all the kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him.
Yep.
Even so, amen.
That's it. So those are all the prophecies left, unless if you correct me, I left a prophecy out.
You mentioned them out. You mentioned them all. You didn't screenshot. You mentioned them.
World War III. You know, we didn't put that
all
out,
right, brother.
but World War III is a major prophecy in the Bible, man.
You stay that way, bro.
God does Isaiah 45, 43, and 11 comes out. Right? Isaiah 43 and 11. Because at the end of the day, we ain't got nothing except the Lord. You know?
So Isaiah 43 and 11, it says, I, even I am the Lord,
Yep.
and beside me there is no Savior.
There's no savior, man. So your woman can't save you. All right. Your money definitely ain't gonna save you. Your money's probably destroyed very soon. All right. You know, the Lord is gonna save us, man. That's it, man. You know, and He brought us there. He's brought us through the hell that we've gone through that far. You know. So why lose faith now, man? All right. Was that it?
Yeah, man. With that, man, don't give me praises to
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, Ravah HaKadosh.
Baba Baba.
Shalom. Shalom. You go, because you know what's. That's what.
Cussing it like, yo, it wasn't.